The Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie just came out. Yeah, I saw that. I saw a link to a trailer for that. I was like, did they really call it that? I think I'm okay. Moby. Oh, X-Files. Columbo also, though. Gotcha. The X-Files, I wonder. Like, if you've never seen the X-Files now, it's kind of like if you've never seen The Matrix, where I wonder how well it would age. Like, if you saw The Matrix in context when it was new-ish, I feel like The Matrix would be a lot easier to get into. But, like, I rewatched The Matrix around, like, Christmas. It was, like, right before Christmas I rewatched The Matrix. And I feel like if you've never seen The Matrix, it might just be oh, this is where all these shitty memes came from. Because a lot of those memes have gotten bad over the years. Like, for what it is, it's an amazing movie. And I kind of wonder if, like, the X-Files might have the same effect. Arguably speaking, we didn't know The Matrix's real context until years later. Certainly. But, like, that's the beauty of an allegory, right? Is allegories can mean different things to different people. Like, symbolism can mean different things to different people. People can take different messages from different things, and that doesn't make them wrong. Saber. Like, it being a trans coming out story is amazing. And kind of awesome for them. But for me, it's still, like, an allegory for surveillance and control. Because you're allowed to take different messages out of a similar story. Which is why I think it's such good storytelling. But, like, if you just sit down right now and watch The Matrix with no context of The Matrix, I could see it just sucks. Like, I feel like that could just really suck for some people. Whereas the X-Files is, like, very similar, except it's all conspiracy theories, right? And like, it's too ridiculous for these conspiracy theories to possibly be real. Like, there's no way that this thing could be real, and then it's real. The X-Files is fun. All right. Long ass intro. I've been live for an hour and 40 minutes. 52 minutes on YouTube. Sometimes I feel like I should apologize for the long-ass intro, but today I feel like it was warranted. So what I will say, once again, this is a crowdfunded channel. If you want to help it stay sponsored... If you want to help it stay sponsor-free, consider supporting the channel through your platform of choice. And if you have a Prime subscription, do please think about me. And if you want the most effective way to support the channel, go to blindIRL.com, where you could subscribe, similar to Patreon, and I get the funding directly without third parties getting their grubby mitts in. And if you want to read the legends about the world that we're currently playing, go to legends.blindIRL.net, where you can connect to my little server that's in my closet and read legends. Huzzah! We ball. Of course, I would like to remind everybody that we did in fact name the fortress Squidward. Oh yeah, no, I keep my legends safe in my closet. Actually, it's because, like, the fan on that server spins up sometimes at night and it gets a little loud, and when it was on my, like, on my desk, I could hear it. I need to, like, take it apart at some point and put one of my Noctua fans in it, because I've got some spares, which I bet would be quieter. I'm not sure exactly what fan it has in it. It's a pretty quiet one, but, like... do you want to... Hey, chat, I've got a question. Who was here earlier when I explained why I don't think it's an option for me, period? Because I have a feeling this is going to be an ongoing thing. I may need to make a command as to why I don't think either of those are viable for me, Aiden. They might be for you, but they're not for me. At least not at the scale that I run things. Spare Noctua fans? Oh, yeah. I have, like, 4 spares. Mostly because they didn't fit in the mounting brackets for the case that I'm using. But they fit in the old one. Doesn't scale well and has the wrong kind of security problems. Questionable funding. Difficult moderation. All right, so this is the fortress. This is basically all of it. This is Fortress Squidward. If I go one layer down, you can see this. This is the kind of kitchen area and soon-to-be crafting / storage area. The means to an end here, and what we're working on, is I am working on damming this ocean. Because it committed many crimes and it needs a long sentence. By that I mean, I want to drain it. This ocean, why am I, oh, I see, I was hitting Control-C, not Shift-C. This ocean is extremely deep. In fact, if we go down to the bottom of it, we actually have pelagic clay and silicous ooze, which is deep sea materials. So when you have a deep enough ocean, you have the chance for large ocean creatures to wander in to the map. No, I'm not changing the title. You change your title. But I think it's a good conversation to have, Zalvi, like genuinely, right now. Also, it's going to be a means of conversation for the majority of today, I feel. But at the minute, I'm doing a fort tour and don't want to get distracted by explaining why I think Matrix isn't a viable platform for me. Right now, at this exact minute. The current named dwarves in the fortress are Akenton, queuing green tea, Alderman, Kame Guru, Ledoran, Celesty, and Diabetic Stoner. Dino, Cashless Nomad, Sudeloic, who's currently our mayor, and is pissed off. I need to fix that. Hollit Pack Nerd, because I ain't no Hollit Pack Nerd. We got Corey the Fancy Pants, the fanciest of pants. We got Seth. We've got Alf. Sure, but you have my response. Necrontier, Michael Bay, Jagna, Wolf, Serverlord, Lanix, Kazul, David Hasselhoff, of course, Snail, One Sparse, Daggett, Stacy, and of course, that's everybody. Do I have anybody named in animals? No. Woo! I was gonna say, we've caught a bunch of fish, which I have in aquariums around the fort. But there appears to be 2 agitated giant octopuses. Huh. Only if you get the redemption on time, which I just enabled, Valium. So go redeem it. Or if somebody else decides to give you one. What's the other thing we have? Is that the one that I just selected? 2 male agitated giant octopodes. I mean, a tier 2 person could give it to them if they wanted, but... The peasant. How pleasant? Which peasant would you like? Sam Texagon. YouTube folks, the first person to put 3 pickaxe emojis can name something as well. Yeah, it's 25 minutes, Valium, so if you just keep an eye on it, like set a timer for 22 minutes and then stare at it. But, or if you could, I don't know, tab over to the YouTube stream really quickly. You could do that too. Sim. Tex. Goner. Sam Texagon. So why have you been spending so much money on magic? What made you choose that fate for you? Your father lives here. Your father is Alf. Your cousin Ingiz lives here as well. And Cole, your lover, decided not to move here. Your last name is Gloved Lashes if you want to look yourself up in Legends. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He has a very calm demeanor and is prone to feelings of lust. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has an active imagination and does not easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He doesn't often feel envious of others. Seems like it's not quite off cooldown yet. Of others and rarely feels discouraged. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and can handle stress and often acts with compassion. He becomes very rigid when he's angry. He begins to talk more slowly when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He is incredibly muscular. His medium-length beard is braided, his very long sideburns are braided, and his long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, his nose is quite long, and his small-lobed ears are short. You're a former member of the Calm Bridge and a former member of the Faith of Diamond, but you've since joined the Fenced Cult. I wonder what god you went from and to. So the Faith of Diamond was worships the god of minerals, and the Fenced Cult worships the god of metals, crafts, and labor. Oh, okay, I mean that's a easy convert. Makes sense. Gmod weird content. What would you like to name? Basically, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard or something else? It's literally !legends, Sam. SD just gotcha. Snail gotcha. Or legends.blindarl.net. Unless my server or internet goes down, but then we have bigger problems. Cheese, if possible. I don't have any cheesemaker. I do have 3 farmers. I could give you Rakus the farmer, or Itun the farmer. But I don't have any cheesemakers. Do I have any cooks or brewers, maybe? I have a lady brewer and a lady cook. How often does the Legends viewer on the server update? There's been one update pushed to it because there's one maintainer and there's not much to update. Or wait, do you mean like the software or how often do I update it? I update it at the end of every stream. It's not like, because I have to use DFHack and go to Legends with DFHack and then export Legends and then update it. So I'm gonna name you Gmod. If you want me to name you something else, give me a shout. He can be easily absorbed and set. He can become absorbed in art and beauty of the natural world. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he does not find most jokes humorous. I think this is Werner Herzog. He loves the beauty of the natural world, but he hates it. He cracks easily under pressure, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, tends to not reveal personal information, and occasionally overindulges. He tends to avoid crowds, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and tries to do things correctly each time. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yeah, that's just Werner Herzog. He disregards tradition and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes kimberlite, iron, cat's eye, and tiger bone, as well as the color dark taupe. Greats and horses for their strength, and the words of the page of crystal, and the sound of the tulip of rhyming, and the sight of the heliotrope lute's mother, and when possible, prefers to consume giant hyena, pig cheese, and beetroot wine, and absolutely hates snails. Oh, no, you could find Gmod right now. Squid channel. You just can't look up Gmod, but you could look up his last name or his wife's last name because they've got history, right? So if you look up Touched Mountains, you'll find his last name. But this dwarf Squid channel, if I just open up my web browser real quick, go to Legends and tab over here and go here, go to Society, go to Historical Figures and type in Squid. Oop. There you are. So we know that this dwarf was born a year before the world existed, or before time began, or before history began. Your goal is to master a skill. You're 145 years old. We can see all of your family tree and etc. We can see all of the events that you've done in your life. We can read through everything from the very beginning to now. The first notable thing you did was you became a Gelder, and then you got married to Godin, and then you stopped being a Gelder, and then moved, and then became a herbalist, and then got divorced, and then gave up on being a herbalist to become an animal trainer, and then got married again, then got divorced, then got married again, then got divorced, then got married again. Wait. Okay, hold up. Did you go back to your first wife? Ethel Road versus. And then you, in 146, you married Muthcat, then divorced Muthcat. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so you just married a different Ethel. Okay. Okay. Unless I'm reading this backwards. I might be reading this backwards. I'm reading this backwards. So then, no, you didn't. What year is this? 7. Yeah, I'm reading this backwards. Married, divorced. Just gonna like show all of the events on one page in order. Yeah, anyway, got a thing for Ethels. So, we've got agitated octopies. Up here at the top, I've got this, a thing that I'm working on slowly. I don't really have a plan for this at the minute, aside from that it's a structure that I'm slowly building around the surface of the ocean. Now, there's a few different things that I could use this for. One of which is making drainage holes on the bottom of the ocean. Although I'm really concerned about something. This area is like all undiscovered and black, but they should have seen it by now. So I'm actually really worried about this as to why they haven't been able to find this. But this is going to be a structure that goes all the way around the edge of the perimeter of the ocean that is going to need to be secured in some way and then probably dropped down to these lower levels to drain it. We threw a chicken in there and it didn't expose anything. So I'm assuming that I need to throw something smarter, but everything that's smarter that's come in has been named, so I can't throw it in. Like, we've got a named dog. So I'm waiting for somebody to bring some cats or puppies, basically. No, because if I cave in, I can't build off of bridges. Bridges are not load-bearing. So I need floors because they're load-bearing, unlike bridges. And, what's the word? And if I cave in a bridge, it just disappears. It won't actually destroy the ground beneath it. So I don't think it's a dumb question, but that's why I'm building floors individually instead of using other things. We're growing hemp up here on the surface. The hemp is going to be used alongside barley and other things. So we're setting up a little surface farming operation. We haven't had any big, scary, crazy animals come at us so far that are agitated, but this is agitated, so that's new. little sketched out about that, actually. Yeah, no, like, if I build a bridge here, as an example, whoopsies. I don't know, whatever. I'm just gonna delete it. And then I go here once this bridge is done and build a floor there. It'll let me build the floor there once this bridge is done. But when they build these, it'll just cave in immediately and send the dwarf flying. So it's not useful for the purpose that I need it. I need something that's load bearing. No, you won't, Forgotten Beasts. I mean, I guess I don't know, are there ocean titans? I don't think that there's aquatic titans. There are sea monsters, theoretically, although I've never seen one. Which means they're maybe about as real as real life sea monsters. But allegedly there's sea monsters. That's all I really got, is allegedly there's sea monsters and sea serpents, but I've never seen one. So I need to put the hemp down in here. That, or just dig through here. Yeah, let's just do that. And then put all of the clothing workshops and such down here. Loch Ness Monster's in shambles right now. It's been in shambles for a while. Speaking of things that don't exist. We've also got Dino the Broker, who's married to Sidelawek, and they've had a child, which is adorable. You'll love to see it. Fort Squidward. Nope. I mean, just read your username, and that won't give you an answer, but it'll give you a reason. Doctor, why not? You actually did that sometimes? You just never understood what happened? Yeah. So there's several buildings in Dwarf Fortress that aren't load-bearing that dwarves can walk over. Another one is, like, bars, floor grates, wall bars, and wall grates. But, like, if I build, like, if I go up here and I build a grate, like, right there. Whoops, clicking that actually doesn't help much. If I build a grate right here and then try to build a floor right here connected to the grate, it'll just cave in immediately. The hell was that blue guy? Huh? I actually don't know what you're talking about. What blue guy? Oh, my captain of the guard? This guy? He made a mask. He made an artifact mask. And I thought it was so cool that I was like, well, you'll fit as a captain of the guard. And he claimed it as a personal treasure, so I wanted to let him wear it. It is a hemp mask. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with hemp and encircled with bands of hemp. It is made from hemp cloth and menaces with spikes of chicken bone. I honestly think it's pretty cool. One of the cooler artifacts I've seen in a while. Water freezing to a block next to a bridge will keep it hanging there until something disturbs it. Certainly, yes. But this map, it doesn't freeze. Although I'm not actually positive if that was fixed or not. Although I know that stuff freezing causes some weird effects. So it wouldn't surprise me if that still works, but the water doesn't freeze here. So that's kind of a bit of a non-starter. We do also have this library, which has 24 books in it. And I have capped the population at 80 for the moment. I do have a squad. They don't have any weapons yet. As of the end of the last stream, we had just acquired the stuff to make steel, and I had just built this, a little, you know, smelting area. I may actually double it up one layer beneath it and just build a stair going down and up there, like right there or something. So I could have like the for show area and the actual business area down here. So we can get some weapons going, so we can defend ourselves against these octopuses. Oh shit, there's another big fish. Got an oppa, who's apparently terrified. Are you getting chased by an octopus? It kind of looks like it. That's crazy. A large oceanic fish. It is round and red. These things are giant, by the way. They're like bigger than people. He definitely made like a weed print balaclava. That's what he made. Dr. Y. Wearable face mask artifact that has a sprite is the most goated. Casmerald. Are the octopi hostile? They are agitated. I have been chopping down stuff on the surface and doing some digging, though, and also some buildings, so I think that's got something to do with it. So, yeah, no, it looks like they're trying to kill the Opa. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will pause. I should raise the population a bit? Why? I mean, I set it to 80 so that I could focus on the project while accommodating for populations. I'm not going to leave it at 80 for a long time. I will raise it, but I'm leaving it at 80 for the minute until we're all satisfied and also able to progress towards the goal without getting overwhelmed. No, sorry, 6-7 is a very 2025 meme. You should get into 2026. We're all about, I don't know, 6'5"? I know I'm not 6'5", I'm more like 6 foot. So. And you saw your first sea serpent. Really? That's pretty dope. I've never seen a sea serpent in Dwarf. I saw sea monsters in much older versions of the game, but I've never seen a sea serpent. That's kind of awesome, actually. How deep is the ocean that you settled on? I mean, this is Untamed Wilds, so we're more focusing on, like, the giant variants of animals. Came onto the land in 8-year starting dwarves? I mean, hey, that's the dream, man. Like, that's awesome. Like, genuinely, that is awesome. Actually kind of jealous. Attacks the Opa, but it jumps away. Wow. The agitated giant octopus bites the Opa in the right eye, and the injured part is torn apart. The force twists the head. It's overexerted. The Opa here is bleeding. And there it goes. Off to the bottom. Just gonna go down to the bottom, which is right there, and boop. That's kind of crazy. Giant blue jays. Man, if we get... Hold on. I wonder how many things it needs to kill to get a named octopus. Probably 5, right? Unless it wasn't credited with the kill. Interesting. It doesn't seem like it was credited with the kill. With offerings of fish? Well, they're agitated, so no. But with a lot of luck, I might be able to catch them. With a lot of luck. I'll also note something that I planned to say earlier in the stream, but it kind of slipped my mind until just now. Originally, I wasn't planning to stream very long this week. I was only planning to stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I was going to go to a concert, a series of 3 concerts, which was going to be happening Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I was going to have to sleep at a friend's house. But I got the x-ray results back with the phone call appointment for my doctor yesterday, which is actually kind of wild because it was a long weekend. But shout outs to him for working on a long weekend, I guess. And my foot's still broken, so I don't want to go stand in the rain and do a lot of venue hopping and running around outside with a broken foot and going to metal shows. I just kind of started getting this stress of like my foot getting crushed and it getting worse. So I have decided that the intelligent thing to do was to sell my ticket. So I had a friend of a friend who was willing to purchase my ticket to those shows, and I've done that, which I'm a little bit bummed out about, but it means we will instead of streaming only 3 days or 2 days this week, we'll be streaming 3 days. I'm going to take the Friday and fucking try and make up for lost time and get a video out because I've been making too many excuses. And I need a guild hall for farmers. Mosh with 2 broken feet? I know, I'm a fake metalhead. That's why I'm wearing a ginger shirt. I'm a fake metalhead. I listen to Degent and mathcore, meaning I'm not a metalhead. I'm actually just a hardcore kid in disguise. Yeah, I don't know, man. I have to like make the if it was 10 years ago, I'd be going. But I need to make the intelligent adult decision at this point. Equals metal in foot. Well, steel-toed boot on foot. Sure. Why is adulting so hard? I don't think it isn't. I think it's just monotonous. I actually don't think being an adult's that difficult. I mean, some people make a really big deal out of it, but I actually don't think it's that crazy in the grand scheme. Okay, let's make the mayor happy. Let's make the mayor happy. That's, I think, going to be my next step right here. Step right here. And I'm moving the mayor off of mining, and I'm going to throw somebody else into mining. Let's throw you in. When did I say that? I mean, are you trying to be like my old racist neighbor who used to just say, you need to be more disciplined? It's like, no, I'm pretty sure the discipline here is not going and doing the dumb thing, even though I know I want to. I'm pretty sure that is having discipline. If that isn't, like, having discipline, then I don't know what is, actually. Like, truthfully? Like, I think that is being disciplined, you know? Knowing when to not go do the dumb thing is being disciplined. At least by my definition. Don't know about yours. But you're a cat, so you don't know the first thing about discipline. That or you're just a cat sound, which is even worse. Also don't know the name of, or the meaning of discipline. Discipline D's nuts, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But maybe not like that. I don't need to get, like, kicked in the nuts. That seems bad, actually. I regret everything I've said in the last 2 minutes. Well, you said Keck, so that makes me lose all respect for you. Not that I had any to begin with, let's be real. Just came in and missed most of it. I mean, hey, you didn't miss that much. More or less, it's just the kind of the rundown to like the current status of the fort. It's an ocean fort, and we are building in the long term to catch ocean creatures. Age rating went way up on this stream all of a sudden? Not really. I mean, I think like the age rating of a stream is like based on the general audience of the stream, and I know that the general audience of this stream is probably above the age of 25. But, you know, don't be an obnoxious child and you'll do fine. Yeah, so the sperm whale was something that I found while I was doing test embarks. But this map, I mean, you're still within the average. No, Mald. It's 25 to 50 is the heaviest demographic that this channel caters towards. But the sperm whale we found in a test embark in this same ocean region. But I didn't end up settling in that exact spot, and I butchered it by teleporting it onto the shore. But we do have 2 agitated giant octopuses on the map at the minute, which is kind of whack, actually. So we've also seen various other giant things. We had a giant squid. We've also caught a bunch of fish, which we have in tanks, and possibility is there that we'll get another one. I don't know. I mean, I can't say, can we hunt sea serpents? No, because none have shown up. I haven't seen one. We could hunt giant octopus. I can't hunt something if I haven't seen it. So if one shows up, then absolutely. Otherwise, theoretically they could migrate here. I don't think they're evil biome only, unless they're evil biome only. I actually don't know. I'm focusing on large animals. Or is the depth not deep enough? The depth is the deepest that oceans go. Not that they don't go deeper, but when you see those lower layers, that means we are at the depth where anything could show up. It is on the to-do list, fortunately or unfortunately. You'd like a blacksmith. I have 1 blacksmith. Does that work for you, Kaz? Basically, like, the question you're asking me, Zalvi, is if I was playing on a normal savannah map, it would be like saying, will giant elephants be hunted in this fort? And I'm like, I don't know if they arrive. It's basically my response. I was like, I don't actually have a direct answer for it. Smitchell! Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to the fort. Welcome to the things. To 2 topics of discussion today. 1, we are heavily testing Fluxer as a Discord alternative. That's the first thing. The second thing is there's agitated octopuses on my map. Agitated giant octopuses, 2 of them. How was your stream? How's things? Mods, gotta get a shout out for Smitchell if you haven't done it yet, and I missed it. It's possible I missed it. Likely I missed it, even. So ocean creatures that are large need pelagic clay. You need to be able to see pelagic clay or silicous ooze. As long as you can see those 2, or one of those 2, you're deep enough for anything, ocean-wise. After that, it's just population and getting lucky. It's like shiny hunting. You just gotta run the fort, and maybe one will show up. We've already seen sharks and other things, too, so, like, we are definitely deep enough. Kaz is somewhat scatterbrained and feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He is not careful with resources when working on projects. How do you deal with the overflow of mussel shells? Make shell crafts or throw them out. Destroy them or make crafts out of them or encrust stuff with them. He is somewhat scatterbrained, and he feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He is not careful with resources when working on projects, and he often spends unnecessary effort. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, since he believes in the importance of the rule of law. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is often cheerful, and he is curious and eager to learn. He lives a fast-paced life, and he interrupts others during conversations when he's exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. You had an elf baby show up. So I know what that is, if you want to know, Smitchell. He dreams of creating a masterwork someday and personally finds decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. He sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and views loyalty unfavorably. He likes horned silver, zinc, as well as bloodstone and backpacks and the sound of the tulip of rhyming, and when possible prefers to consume glass eye and radish wine and absolutely hates mussels. Some suspect the force or god. So that's a bug. Well, maybe not a bug, but like a consequence of a function in Dwarf Fortress. So were creatures exist. That baby was a were creature. If they show up and they are an evil entity and you get the pop-up, but it's just the normal thing, it means that it took them too long to enter the map for some reason. Either they were fighting with something off-map, or they were injured, or they just weren't able to path into the fortress and never de-stealthed until it was too late. That's what it means. So it's really funny when a human shows up, and it's like a medium-sized creature, like fond of what trade and whatever. Like, it's really funny when it's a human. The human descriptor is very, very funny. Prone to great ambition, yes. Like those are the dwarves, right? The prone to great ambition. But it's really funny when they show up. It's always very amusing. And cheers, Soundscape. It's good to see you, mate. And Ham of Doom in the Twitch chat. You lost a fort the other day because you sent a werebeast to raid an elven fort for some books, and they turned the attack, and the elves are putting you in war. Hundreds of elves came by to stomp your like 30 dwarves. You were not prepared. Wow. Huh. Well, I mean, you get what's coming to you, Fancy Pants. You get what's coming to you. Start shit, get hit. His hair is extremely dense, and his very long beard is braided. His medium-length sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. He wants to fight and be extravagant. I think I need to make more mugs. It was fun to say the least. Well, one could only hope. All right, so I need a farmer's guild, which I think I'm going to put back here because this is like the kitchen / livestock area, so it kind of makes sense for me to put a farmer's guild back here. Although this seems a little big, but I will be cutting it back probably. No, did I? Oh, I see. Click the wrong button. Don't we all, Zalvi? You really have to time it right. Otherwise, they're just normal dwarves, Saber. I want to say it was Hoodie Hair who did the video on like trying to destroy a whole world with were creatures and then militarize them. It's one of those like kind of devil's bargain things where like it will be hell kind of deal. Like there's no way out of that where it's like a positive thing for most of you, or for you most of the time. I'm just gonna slaughter a bunch of chickens because it's that season. I'm also going to go down here and start up a addition to my clothing empire. And also check if you have a Prime sub available, because Streamer has to pay bills. Streamer is self-hosting stuff and upgrading his internet to, you know, prep for the apocalypse. By apocalypse, I don't mean like societal collapse. I mean like mass, large-scale platform collapse. I'm worried, chat. I don't know how obvious it is, but my god. Shit's fucking stressful at the minute. I just need a good couple months of good news. It's been too long since I've had good news. I just want some good news. Is that too much to ask for, chat? So were creatures will fight each other if they're different species of were creatures. So like a werewolf will fight a werebear. A were elephant will fight a were, I don't know, capybara. But like 2 were pandas won't fight each other. But they will still destroy everything in their vicinity. Kaz, thank you very much. Appreciate you, mate. Honestly, like I said earlier, Discord ain't going anywhere. It is very likely that I will still be on Discord in a year in some format, but I do find it very, 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 very unlikely that that is the last of the questionable choices made by big companies. And even more unlikely that that is the last of the, whoop, that's sketchy moments. I mean, that's what that's for, Kaz. Werebeasts are funny. You had a were-giraffe and once in were-geckos? Were-geckos are cool. I like the sprite. The were-giraffe is amusing. I always imagine it hitting its head. Like, it's probably got pretty bad back pain being in a dwarven fort. You know, I really like Twitch. I really, 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 really like this platform. It's the platform that has given me this career and made this career possible. I am so fucking stressed about the state of the internet and Twitch right now. I, like, don't even think I'm capable of speaking words about it. Like, it's... Like, when I talk about, like, being in a shitty place mentally, that's a large part of it. The one that I just linked, Alan. At least from my testing. We got ourselves some whales yet? There's 2 giant agitated octopuses on the map at the minute. Haven't seen any whales yet, though. Outside of the one we saw in the test embark. I'm actually just gonna... I liked the initial pattern I had a little better. So we got these 2. That seems wise, Mitchell. Got so much worse, you might lose power. Oh no! Well, that sucks. The problem is, Shandakun, I wouldn't be stressed if this was my hobby. Mate, I pay my mortgage with this. Like... And I realize, like, that's on me. Like, that was my choice. And I've put myself here. I'm stressed. That's all I got. That's all I got, man. I'm so fucking scared. I'm so fucking scared, dude. Because, like, there's a lot of things about Web 2.0 that really sucks. But it is, and rather, it has been maybe one of the best points in history to be an independent creative. This is going to be a farmer's guild. For the Whiskered Guild. I want to say I failed to make this earlier. They got upset with me. Do I actually have a farmer's guild? Let's check. It's just the one guild, which is my Fisher's Guild. So no. I mean, I will simply state this, Zalvi. Neither am I. I'm also not in the UK. I'm also not in Australia. But if Twitch suddenly implements the same restrictions as Discord, which would be wild, actually, because I'm sure Amazon has your data already, because Amazon. I don't know if I would survive. I might, but I don't know. And it's that uncertainty that's stressing me the fuck out. It's that that's stressing me the fuck out. I shouldn't even be talking about this, to be honest with you, because I kind of need nothing to change. But, you know, so far February has been better, but January was the worst month financially I've had since Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam. Mate, I'm stressed. So, and I'm not in a position to complain. I'm incredibly fortunate. But I'm still stressed. All right, so Farmer's Guild. Right there. The Whiskered Guild. You lost a fort to were-rats? Ooh. I can't remember the last time I lost a fort to were-creatures. I'm pretty good at avoiding them these days. I've had some pretty major outbreaks. I had a were-pig outbreak last year. I've had a couple were-lizard outbreaks. I had one that was pretty bad, where I had like 8 or 9 dwarves that I had to isolate, but... Not paying for stuff with it is odd too. It is your job, you know? Sure, but let me tell you this, Kaz. I am disposable entertainment that is free. That is what I am. In times of crisis, that should be the first thing you stop giving money to. A large reason as to why I have this stability I have is because I've been very fortunate in the past to become successful on platforms, specifically on Twitch, to a lesser extent on YouTube. And the way Twitch functions for people like me is in the long term, people subscribe, and it just becomes a habit, and they stay subscribed. Because it's something that they're already paying for, I provided a bunch of entertainment, that's cool. And I kind of rely on that. And if there's a world where public sentiment changes and a lot of people exodus for whatever reason or another, and I lose that stability, I have to rebuild that. I have savings. But I'm stressed. That's all I got for you. Dragon Mario, 8754. Thanks for the Prime subscription. No, I get you, Kaz. I get you. Like, I know I will still be making content in 5 years. And I really hope that, you know, the place where I built my home continues to be a place that I can stay. Sure, Zalvi. I mean, that goes for a lot of people who watch my stream. But is there a bug that causes items inside the fort to not be recognized by you when you try to build from outside? Not unless they're inaccessible or forbidden. At least not that I'm aware of, anyway. YouTube chat. But if they're inaccessible, like if the dwarves can't physically get to those items, then yeah, you won't be able to build them outside. I need to queue up some glass chairs. I'm gonna actually pause this and go green glass throne and set this down to 2. So it should only have those 2 tasks in here in a moment. Because it just collected a sandbag. Just waiting for that to get queued up. There it goes. Green glass. Am I out of charcoal? I'm out of charcoal. I am out of charcoal! Oh, and I'm out of lignite, so I gotta go dig out more lignite. That actually was way quicker than I thought it would be. Let's dig out this coal. Some more lignite down there, or do I need to go up? I may need to go up. And I'm out of wood, aren't I? Yep, I'm also out of wood. Okay, well, that's good. Hey, chat. Some ads are about to run. I'm going to go use the restroom. I will be right back.
You fucking donkey!
Quick, flood the fort while he's gone. Damn right. Hey, Lennox. What'd you miss? Giant octopuses. Seeing what I missed. As soon as the forges are going well, he'll smith whatever I need. I appreciate the sentiment, mate. Seems like your subscriptions run out, so if you... I think there's like a blue square emoji, isn't there? That's probably about the same Ashlock. Or Alshock, I think is what your name is actually, not Ashlock. Okay, let's dig up some... lignite. Because that's what we need at the minute. And also wait for some trees to get felled. I did queue one up, but maybe we need two. Do I not have a woodcutter at the minute? Oh no, I do. But you're very busy, so I will give it to the novice woodcutter. Once you're done meditating on labor, anyway. You've dropped the axe, meaning you should get to this sooner than later, I would think. Right. Right? And Kaz, thank you very much for checking out a gift. It's very kind. Hey, diabetic stoner. Hey, hi, hello. Anyways, I think what's actually happening to me, and this is also something I should probably clarify, is I've been locked in my house for all intents and purpose, since the beginning of the year. Like, since January 1st, because of my broken foot. So I am just stressed in general at the minute. Kind of unrelated to the world at large. It's just, I am locked inside, more or less. Getting around is difficult and cumbersome and a pain in the ass. So I'm just much more stressed than usual. So a lot of the fears and concerns that I've developed recently, I'm trying to just write off as paranoia. I mean, it's a real thing. Diabetic stoner. No, I think I'm just cooped up and depressed. So like, in that situation at the minute, I'm just expecting everything to go wrong, and it's, I think, fucking with me in a bad way at the minute, so. Sort of as I alluded to earlier, I probably shouldn't be so open. I should probably just zip my mouth and talk less about such things, because it is likely that it will not have a positive effect in general. Maybe in the short term, but I don't think it will in the long term if I continue in this line of rhetoric, I guess, of like extreme doomerism, but that's just where my brain's at. Which, you know, makes me into a bit of a prepper at the moment, I guess. How did I have this bedroom set up previously? I want to say it was right there was the door. Those can still be mined out. Some up there that can still be mined out. Good stuff. Sometimes you need to vent. Yeah. Sometimes. Alan, thank you very much for the 5-pack. It's very nice of you. Appreciate you. That's interesting. On the leaderboard it says you gifted 4, but you gifted 5. Weird. As a nihilist, you get it. You know, the thing that I think has really resonated with me the most is something that Stu McKenzie of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard said recently in an interview. Darius, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Till the bitter end, mate. Which is, it's easy to make art when the place your art lives is considered a good thing. But the second your art lives in a place that is considered evil, maintaining inspiration to make art becomes very difficult. That's what was said in regards to Spotify and them removing their music from Spotify. And honestly, I fucking feel that, man. I fucking feel that. Like, kind of a lot. But unlike them, the potentially evil thing is the only place that I can afford to put my art, unfortunately. And that's been fucking with me a lot. It's always very easy to say, oh, you know, just like host your videos on your own website. It's like, that's expensive, man. In other news, the name something is available at the minute. Here's the problem with Kick. Like, jokes aside about it being evil, Flying Fudge, legally that company only operates in the US. So if any platform is going to have to get pushed into creepy age verification, it would probably be Kick first. I'm just saying. Like, they'd probably be like, no, or they'd like try to move to like some fucking Banana Republic somewhere, but I'm not talking about KIK. I'm talking about KICK, but similar. Pretty big family's arriving. This is probably going to push me to the population cap for the minute. Wow, that's a big family you're in. Okay, so I'm going to go over to here. And throw a stray reindeer in there. Let's see if you can expose the ocean to me. I mean, if I wanted to be significantly more rich, I could do exactly what I'm doing right now with slightly less morals. Okay, maybe not rich. If I wanted to be significantly more well-off or comfortable, I would just have to do what I do right now, but just have less morals. But the result is, like, if shit goes south, then I will be the first one to fall over because of the morals I have. That shows up at the bar like his children or wife? No, they'll just come in later, migrant waves. Yeah, see, it's still not exposing these areas. That's actually fucked. And kind of concerning. I'm gonna try something. With the long platform over the water? I'm still formulating that. There's a few different things I could do. I could use these to build stairs down to link up multiple areas to cave in, which is probably what I will do. Basically it allows me to utilize one of many methods to drain the ocean. Throw a dwarf? No, not going to throw a dwarf. I am going to get a dwarf to dig horizontally. Oh. See, now this is what I wanted. That exposed it. What the shit? I'm so confused. The dwarf digging this way just exposed a bunch of it. Wait, what's that skeleton? Oh, that's where I'm throwing dead bodies. Don't worry about it. It's just 2 dead albatrosses. It's just 2 dead albatrosses. Well, that solved that. Look at this sheer drop, though. Right here. What's this line on the map? Okay, this area hasn't been discovered yet, so maybe what I could do is dig this way. They're sleeping with the fishes? Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm sure they like it down there. It's fine. Let's just wait for this. Puts Detective Notepad away. I don't need no Columbo in my house. I'm telling you. I am innocent. I did not hit her. I did not. Crypt Y. Depends on the type of octopus. Some can live up to 5 years. But the real small ones, yeah. I don't know about the giant octopus or what they're based on. I think they are like 3 to 5 years in Dwarf World, but they're like insects. They don't live very long. The furnace operator withdraws from society. And where is you? Interesting. You chose a clother shop. Cave spider silk, cave spider silk, cave spider silk. Is this satisfied? No. Right. I'm just going to lower down the odds on this and just do this. This will satisfy this. And then let's pop back up over to here. I'm just going to make 1 charcoal. And then I can get lignite going and coal going. I might pause my glass industry for a bit as well. Focus on the metalsmithing industry a bit more. It's a long walk there, Dwarf. I'm also just gonna double check something real quick. Okay, no, okay. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just in a weird headspace, and I've just been doing a lot of thinking. And hopefully it's welcome. I don't really know what else to say aside from that. Hopefully it's welcome, and hopefully it's useful. And me doing all of the guinea pig testing of the different various platforms out there hopefully is useful to somebody. We got 2 pigs, actually. We got a breeding pair of boar, which is nice. Why do I have a rooster available as a pet? I'm just going to go over to here real quick, and I'm going to throw the turkey in with you. I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to throw the 2 wild boars over there. Yep, dwarves with wheelbarrows can use stairs. Wheelbarrows are kind of a weird thing in that way. Dealer's choice? Don't you already have a dwarf no mold? Oh, I guess you don't. I thought you did. Sure. Happiest. Did you have one in this world yet, or no? I don't think you did, because somebody would have died. I'd swear that I just read your name, but I must have just been looking at Twitch chat when I read it. So you get the happiest dwarf that isn't named. How's this? No mold. Lady animal caretaker. Okay. No mold. Jade Walls. That's a good last name, actually. The Jade Wall. She can easily change her mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. She is comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she's assertive, and she can occasionally overindulge. She has little interest in joking around and tries to do things correctly each time. She is slow to trust others and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She has a certain stare when she's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Disregards tradition, doesn't particularly respect sacrificing as a virtue, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. She likes pudding stone, bismuth, and clear garnet. Next, she's going to tell me that she likes Rice Krispie Square rock. She also likes toad leather, deer antler, and brown bullhead bone, and the color dark tan. Gauntlets and one-humped camel men for their hump, and the words of the fatal death and their lovely little lumps. When possible, prefers to consume great horned owl, perch, and asparagus, and teff beer, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. I'm sorry if you have black-eyed peas in your head, because I do now. So you get to suffer with me. She has a broad body made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. Her nose bridge is very convex, and her teeth are widely spaced. It's a beautiful orange. Can't remember what color pudding stone is in the Steam version. You're married to Kazul, who's a legendary mechanic. You're 32 years old, and you do have a little bit of history, but you're a member of the Coven of Canyons, worshipping Datan Doren, who I'm going to remind myself who that god is of. The god of mountains, Datan the Diamond, one of the most popular gods in the fort. It's up there with the Nar, the god of death. 32 and 33 on those two. Okay. The mayor wants a better quarters.
Howdy.
Wild Peak, thank you very much for the 89th month. That's very kind of you, man. Seriously, it's very kind. I think this bedroom could be given to somebody else. And we can give the mayor a nicer bedroom. There's that, which was supposed to be an office. The mayor's quarters are over here at the minute. I mean, this is pretty close to the edge of the map, hey? Don't really have a ton of space back there. I should be hanging out more often again. Cheers! Just a heads up, we're testing out a Discord alternative that seems pretty solid because of the current blah-blah-blah going on with Discord. If that's something that you want to keep up to date on, there's the link. You learned recently Dwarven gods always includes mountains and fortresses? I mean, it is the baseline of their religious beliefs. I think I might do a layer below for the mayor's bedroom. So like down to here, up to here, kind of thing. So the mini-map's still not exposed, but did more of this get exposed? Maybe if I just dig down to like here, that'll expose it. We'll see. The Smeared Sect now wants a temple and a priest. I don't know what that is, but it sounds kind of gross. Like, truly, like that seems kind of gross. This is our current temple. So maybe what I'll do is I will cut out all this. Actually, let's do this priority number 2. And then have a stair down over here somewhere, and we could put something underneath this. Like maybe like over here. Have a temple there. Cervix the Moist. Thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's almost always something that I've learned recently about Dwarf Fortress. Almost always. I mean, I learned a lot about oceans while messing around in the Advanced World Gen stuff that past week. That was a fun stream. Like, a weirdly fun stream considering, like, we didn't really do much. Like, for a stream where I didn't do a whole lot, that was a weirdly fun stream. I had a good time with that. Seems like chat did as well. Maybe we should do those occasionally. Just generate a bunch of worlds and, like, kind of loosely explore them and then carry on as you do. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Cervix? I mean, it's intended to be read oddly. That's, you got to commit, right? That's the point of a funny username like that. Like, is so that when people say it out loud, it sounds funny. You know, it's like naming yourself Mike Hunt. You only do that with one real intention. It's to make people say the funny. Okay, well, Strange Mood is going. 3 pieces of dyed... Okay, I didn't get to read it because it finished right when I started reading it. The Kadol, the furnace operator, has created Uthar Dostob, a frilly giant cave spider silk sock, and offers it to the Coast Guard, the North Guild. This is a frilly giant cave spider silk sock. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's like one of those fluffy socks that are basically slippers. It is decorated with giant cave spider silk, chicken bone, and decorated with giant cave spider silk and chicken bone and spider silk cloth. The thread is a crew with pear leaf dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of giant cave spider silk and menaces with spikes of praise, rock salt and fortification agate and chicken leather. On the item is an image of marquee cut gem in giant cave spider silk. On the item is an image of pear cut gems in indigo tourmaline. That might be a misestimation. The question mark means it's like a rough estimate, meaning it could be like give or take a couple thousand. Probably take, I would bet. But the dye helps. The fact that it's dyed. We'll see you later, Kaz. What you off to play, if I can ask before you run off? That is a plus with 2 brackets on the edge. Epic. Lego warrior in the YouTube chat. Hello. Sounds like an uncomfortable sock. It sounds like an art piece. You know, it's like, you know how in, oh, this is like a very general statement. You know how in the fashion scene, they make clothing that's like super impractical and silly, but looks cool? That's kind of the gist that I get. It's like, it's not really, you know, meant to be worn. It's meant to show off the like skillful prowess of creation that the designer is capable of, not necessarily like making functional clothes. That's what I see it as. I don't know. Oops. Fixing these bedrooms while I'm at it. How's the value of this? Good enough. Sweet. Over here, I'm going to go and I'm going to place... I'm going to go into clothing and leather, and I'm going to go loom, loom, loom. Because right now I think I have 1 loom. I feel like I need more. Playing kick the can at an elite level. Trust me, I'm a gnome. Can't they play kick the can? You're gonna be playing League. Hey, you know, if your friends are playing League, play League. If you're willingly playing League, I question your personal resolutions and like goals in life. But at the same time, I don't know. You do you, mate. What the heck? I had coal. Okay, hold up. I gotta get rid of you. Oh, I see the issue here. Am I still automating Ash? I should just, like, disable Ash. I'm gonna nuke a whole bunch of my, probably just the entirety of the clear glass industry, because I kind of finished the project that I wanted to do with clear glass. Clear glass is fun, but it's like, I need to just focus on other things that are unrelated to glass. Yeah, now we're a little bit more set, steady, and ready to rumble. And then let's go down to here. Just make a charcoal, please. Oh, shit, we're in an ad break. Didn't even see. I mean, Twitch is how I detoxed from League. No mold. Like, truly. Twitch is how I detoxed from League. Like, I got to a point with multiplayer games where, like, unless I had some sort of social aspect to my game, I didn't want to play anymore. Twitch was a way for me to play single-player games and still have a little bit of that social aspect. Mate, I played League of Legends almost non-stop from 2010, maybe 09 even, until about 2013. And eventually, like, I just told myself that, like, I wasn't as good as my friends. Like, they were all way better at the game than me. For varying reasons. They were all significantly more able to consistently keep up a higher level of gameplay than me. And they were able to consistently pull off higher levels of play with lower levels of time investment. And I was just playing a ridiculous amount to keep up with them so that I could play with them. Because otherwise, they didn't want to play with me if my rank was too low, and then I just didn't have friends. And I just kind of accepted that, like, if they're not willing to play games with me because my rank is too low, I think I need better friends. And that was the direction I went. I mean, I continued to watch League of Legends competitive for probably up until about 2016. It was a good couple of years. That's the thing. I never really enjoyed ARAM. Truly. Yeah, I don't know. It just made me unreasonably upset at all times, regardless of what mode I was playing. It wasn't a, like, I kind of, I guess, grew to a point where I was just like, I need to play games for enjoyment or not play games. And so it was like, either find another way to enjoy different kinds of games again, or just stop playing games. And I found a way to enjoy games. I mean, Counter-Strike was up there too. I never got into Rocket League. With friends that aren't as good because it drags them higher most of the time. You'd rather they have fun? Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I was playing with a group of people that were, like, really high ranked in OSU at the time. It's like a couple people that were, like, top 200, 300 in OSU. And I was able to keep up with them in their ranks. They were all, like, mid-something diamond. But I was able to keep, like, a low diamond rank pretty consistently. But I had to... The difference was I had to play 90 hours a week. I need to figure out why we're short on drinks. Whereas they didn't have to put that amount of time in. They only had to put in, you know... Okay, 90 hours a week is maybe a bit of an exaggeration. I had to put 100 hours in a month to maintain that rank. Because my losses were quite a bit higher than my wins. Whereas my friends didn't need that. They could, you know, play their handful of games and keep up and largely be fine. I couldn't. So at a point, I just kind of gave up. How many meals do I have? A lot, apparently. And process hemp plants. Amount of processable hemp plants is greater than 10. Looks like they're running on barley at the minute. Going to plant another hemp field. I've never played Diablo 2. That's my thoughts on Diablo 2. I think it's cool that they're updating it. I know there was some people going on about it being $30, but like, if you really like Diablo 2, how much money have you spent on Diablo 2 over the years? You should encourage them to make cool shit. I don't know. I've heard many conflicting reports on that. You started PoE and PoE 2, so you don't need Diablo? Fair enough. Fluxer seems more stable, more professional, and they seem to actually have like a unified plan of like what to do. So I'm leaning Fluxer. I'm likely going to disable the Stoat test server, I think, here. It's also just 1x. I keep typing it with 2 x's too, but it's 1x. I mean, I played the beta of PoE and very quickly realized I just don't see well enough to play it. Like, it's not even like a I don't like it or anything. Like, it's not that. It's I just once I get to like an even remotely running build, I can't see shit. And I think like that, like I never played Diablo 2 when it was new. But looking back on it, I probably would have run into the same issues. Like I probably would be able to like set it to easy and like stomp my way through the like Diablo 2. I don't see well enough to play the real-time action RPGs. Like they just, I mean, PoE is like, Path of Exile is like an extreme example, of course, but even outside of the extreme examples, like I don't see very well. And that makes some things rather, you know, challenging in regards to eyesight. So this is going to be set as the mayor's bedroom. Actually really like the way this bedroom turned out. Smooth all of this. Okay, do I have any chests? I do. Did I ever make any of these? I didn't. Yeah, I mean, there's whole genres of games, Bright Lancer, that I more or less write off as being like, it's not that I can't play them, it's just I can't play them in a way that's like functional enough that it's fun to watch, or that I would be having fun. Like I would have to like force it. So it makes it actually very easy for me to just be like, nah. Let's check my bars. Where are we at? Let's just do baseline iron gear, because I don't have lava. So I'm limited to a rather small supply of wood. So steel might be a bit of a stretch at the minute. I do have this coal, but I don't have unlimited coal, so we're just gonna do that. And we've got all this extra hemp growing. I mean, multiplayer games are like turn-based RPGs or like tactics games. You either only stream that if you're a content creator, or you never stream it. Same goes for like very words-heavy visual novels. You either only stream that, or you don't stream that. And, you know, I have the weird types of games that work really well for me that don't work for, like, many other people, because that's what I'm primarily known for. I think that's fine, really. Like, that's just how this business works, I guess. And not even in, like, a stay-in-your-lane kind of sense, but, like, you know, we all know what we're in for. You know what kind of game you're watching, and you know why you're watching it, and you know why it's interesting. Other people could be onboarded, but, like, once you've gotten used to watching a certain type of thing at a certain pace, continuing to watch it becomes easier. The fish biting? I wonder if they're still here. Yeah, there's 2 giant octopuses on the map. Both of them agitated, which means they're not going to leave anytime soon. One of them killed an opa, which is another big fish. Up on the surface, I'm slowly building this walkway all the way around, which is going to take a while. Once this side gets to the end, I'm going to start working on... Well, actually, I could just start working on the lower end. But actually, I should just chop down these 2 trees, and then I can start over here. So, you know, slow and steady. I bite the fish. We are biting many fish, and they are delicious. And, you know, slowly starting to upgrade this. Once we get all this done, we can get them training with their baseline metal armor. Let's go over to here. Continue that as well. That structure is just going to take time, but we'll get there. We will get there. I could also, in theory, use those structures eventually as, like, an above-water fort, which might be what we end up doing. Like, trying to abandon this part of the fort and moving up there. Could certainly possibly do something like that. It would be tricky, but... there's a world we can make that work. I'm going to build, I think maybe 2 downstairs here. Oopsies. That was down a layer. I wanted to go over a layer. These are going to be for my designated temples. Sharks are known to flee in other terra. I know that people eat certain types of sharks around the world, but I'm pretty sure I've never had or never consumed a shark. I've consumed a lot of shark-related content, primarily during Shark Week. But I can't say that I've, like, ever consumed a shark. I'm pretty sure that's just, like, outside of my realm of, like, fish consumption experience. Like, entirely. I don't even know what that is. Well, I mean, I know what gummies are, but what's a shark gummy? You mean like the shark-shaped gummies? Yeah, I think I had those. I was a kid once. I think. It's been a while, so memory is a challenge. I also had those little Coke bottle candies at one point. And Swedish berries, which, much to my dismay, I've learned are not Swedish. But they called them that, so. Sort of like how Terry never made a chocolate orange. He probably did, I don't know. Sudelawek, the mayor, has been reelected. Still not happy with his bedroom, but probably happier, I would presume. That'll probably satisfy the mayor, I would expect. So he needs that armor rack and weapon stand. It's like, it doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't parts of Scandinavia eat shark? Also, I'd be willing to bet they eat shark in Iceland. That's a myth. Like, complete myth. Like, absolute falsehood. Crumpet sounds. Just like, you know, you don't eat spiders in your sleep. It's also a myth. Complete falsehood. It's a lie. You made that up. I need to satisfy Lennox the Dungeon Master and Corey Fancy Pants. So, Corey, you need your bedroom gussied up. Although, that's Corey's bedroom, that's Corey's dining hall. What if I put... I can't, it's too close to the wall. Actually, I can. I sort of lied, not really. We'll do that. Yeah, but those are crickets. The whole thing about you eating, like, a couple spiders in your sleep every night is absolutely false. Like, it's 100% false. And it literally comes down to spiders aren't that stupid. Like, it's just a way to scare the shit out of people who are scared of spiders, but, like, spiders aren't that dumb. Like, not to say that they're, like, some pinnacle of intelligence or something, but they're certainly not that dumb. I quite like fried crickets, yeah. They just look kind of gross. One of my favorite brands of granola bar actually has cricket fiber in it. Although you don't actually see physical crickets, it's just fiber dust. Like, as like a source of protein and fiber. Still pretty dumb. I've never, like, kept spiders as pets in any format. But from what I've been told from people who do is that they're kind of like dumb cats. Or like snakes. Smarter snakes. Require that artifact sock. There it is. Just put in a slightly different center color. I watched two wasps' nests have a war. It was pretty crazy. I watched them for hours through my binoculars when I was a little kid. Tackler. One of the coolest weeks of my summer. One of the coolest summers of my, like, growing up life. Although, like, a whole section of the front driveway in the house was completely quarantined. We weren't allowed to go to it. All right, so over here is going to be that temple. Let's go over to there and plug that in. Let them work on that while I finish this up on this side. Now let's go back to the captain. I'm gonna have your bedroom unassigned from you, I'm sorry. This is going to be assigned to somebody else. And the captain of guard is gonna get this. It's obviously still not nice enough, but it's better-ish. And you also need a weapon rack and an armor stand. So let's go military up to your office here. Weapon rack, military, armor stand. And down here I will do Sam, thanks for the 5-pack. You were saying earlier you didn't have money because you were spending it all on magic cards. So, like, why are you spending your magic card budget? What the heck? I feel like you've lied. Never mind. Oh, did you pull a good card? You've now paid for your the cost of admission. Oh shit, you got glass half empty. I haven't seen them in a minute. Not that long ago, actually. 2 weeks ago or so. But thank you very much. You had a few beers and you're making poor judgments. Huh. So what you're saying is you already bought more Magic cards then? Being adorable? No, that's just the internet, like, cutifying animals that aren't supposed to be cute. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Sam? Popping off that 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. Some migrants have arrived. Which means it'll probably just be 2. I find the palletized clothing really funny when they look almost naked, and then you're like, nope, those are pants. And for the, you know, it would have been cheaper to just gift a 10-pack, right? But thank you for the second 5-pack. It's very kind. Okay, so Corey now satisfied. So now I got to do the Dungeon Master. Which I'm going to do like this. I'm going to grab floor pieces. And then I'm going to go into here and just knock off those edge pieces. And this will be the Dungeon Master and their quarters. Happy to help, Corey. What you drinking, Sam, if I can ask? My go-to beer recently has been an ESB, which is made with cedar, so it tastes like a forest in kind of a great way. It's lovely. Got a few animals that need to be placed up there instead of running around. We've also got a baby piglet now to add to the pig supply. I mean, the pig sty. And over here, did I not queue up gold thrones? I think I did. Or was it gold cabinets that I queued up? I queued up gold something. Gold cabinets. Gold throne. Let's queue up a few of those. Maybe a few gold statues as well. That it blew you away. There's a non-alcoholic beer brand that mostly make non-alcoholic sours. I want to say they're based out of Montreal, Quebec. I can never remember the name of the actual brewery that makes them, but they make a tropical sour that is really good. I mean, it doesn't taste like an alcoholic beverage, but it kind of tastes like a malty beverage. Kind of like a kvass, if you've ever had that. Very tasty. Very, very, very tasty. Big thumbs up tasty. Posted in the Discord and the Beer and Drinks channel. I read that as Turbo originally. I was like, Turbo? Okay, that's a name for a beer, but Turbo? Reminds me of Howie Sound Brewing in Squamish here in BC. Has a beer called Pothole Filler, which is an imperial stout. Harbo. Okay. Just a weird font. I was squinting at a small image. Seeing two hornets' nests wage war would be pretty insane to watch. It was a wasp's nest, like a yellow jacket's nest, and a hornet's nest. So it was like 10 like wasps per hornet in most of the fights. So not what I would describe as necessarily like a fair fight on the side of the hornets, but it was fucking fascinating to watch. Let's get the conglomerate down there. And go back to stairs. Go salt. That's going to be the dungeon master's quarters. So this right here could be the office for Lanix. And this right here could be the dining hall for Lanix. So at least you have them now. Both of you, or rather you need a cabinet, and you need a chest and a cabinet. Now you have a gold cabinet. Hopefully that satisfies your need. About masons chiseling and hammering out a basalt slab into a millstone the other day. Fascinating stuff. Really lets you appreciate the craftsmanship. Yeah. I watched a very long video of I may actually need to construct this out of that boulder instead. I watched an hour-long video about Milo Rossi watching Ancient Aliens. That's just Milo Rossi getting drunk and watching Ancient Aliens, and it was pretty great. It was a lot of like, they could never complete this with modern tools, followed by him going, yeah, they could. It would just take a really long time. What the fuck's wrong with you? For like an hour and a half. And that was very entertaining. I had a great time. You know, Emperor Iron, I'm starting to think you and Gigmoth might be in cahoots, because it's just like Emperor Iron's just like aliens watching World War II, followed by Gigmoth going, hello. That was impeccable timing. How you doing, Gigmoth? Also, thanks for the Prime for a 23rd month. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome back. Thank you for helping keep this channel funded in weird times of uncertainty and potential turmoil. Appreciate you, man. Lanix, where's your bedroom at? Cool, it's no longer your bedroom. It's now, I don't know, Solon. Or is anybody here married? It can be somebody who's married. Unless they're, yeah, there's somebody. Yeah, give me those two. Meanwhile, over here, this goes to Lanix, who does still require a weapon rack and an armor stand. And then I just need, I think, 2 hatch covers, which I'm not sure if I've made. Aha, I have. You would like to be a dwarf with a beard? We are about to get by an ad, so it was kind of perfect timing. I've got a leather worker right about there. I've got a thresher who's pretty skilled at something and quite happy. Got a furnace operator. Any preference? How's you all doing? Let me name this dwarf, and I'll check. Star. George! Now, hold up. Quite happy. I mean, you can get most of your, the most up-to-date news about your dwarf by simply checking legends, because nothing crazy has happened, but you're quite happy. You're making coke from lignite. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He has a low sense of self-esteem and doesn't handle stress well. He has an active imagination and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and isn't particularly ambitious. He finds obligations confining and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. He doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and likes cryolite and rose gold as well as amber and the color black. Just the color black? You see a red door and you want it painted black, I guess. And I don't think I've ever seen a dwarf that just likes black. Anyway, the words of the page of crystal and the sound of the inky tummies, and the sight of the aquamarine roughness, and when possible, he prefers to consume herring and parsnip plants and cranberry wine and blood amaranth leaves, and absolutely hates cave spiders. You are the fourth person today to make that joke. Make an original joke and I'll be impressed. Suited. Goth dwarf, damn right. He's corpulent. His very long beard is neatly combed. The requesting of dwarves is done through a Twitch channel, like Twitch chat redemption, Christian Blue. So it's not just something that I hand out to anybody. Otherwise, every dwarf would be named. So it's limited to a 25-minute cooldown through the Twitch chat. YouTube chat, unfortunately, doesn't have any built-in features that let me easily do that. But occasionally I chuck them out into the YouTube chat. So if you keep an aware eye on the stream, and possibly I'll chuck one in your direction at some point. You bought a rose gold engagement ring? Like in real life? Congrats. That's exciting. Have you gotten a yes yet? Or is this just prepping, rehearsing kind of deal? Cheers, Christian Blue. Sorry for the confusion. We got to pester the YouTubes to implement some sort of thing that you could actually spend those points on, which I could enable if I wanted to, but they're not used for anything, so I don't enable them. This can also get smoothed up. And that can also get placed. And you want spiked balls. Okay. I guess green glass ball is what I'll do. I'll just collect 10 sand per season and set that to run seasonally. I guess so. And that'll leave me with some extras for the occasional other unrelated sand-related activity. This down here Kapoo. Lee. Ragnar, hello. This is a temple who is dedicated to the smeared sect, right? Yeah, this one. The god of wealth and misery, Honor the Hunger. Okay, so I'm going to make some statues to this god. But if anybody wants to look it up, Let's do 3 gold statues, I'm thinking. The Hunger of Stretching. Takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with misery and wealth. The god of crying in the Porsche? To me, it seems more like gluttony. You know? Just because it's the hunger of stretching. But certainly the god of crying in the Porsche or complaining in front of the Ferrari. You're gonna buy a Dwarf Fortress when you get off work next week because of me? Cheers, man. I mean, enjoy the game. Don't thank me too much. I'm just happy that you watched the videos, so appreciate you. I'm sure Zach and Tarn do as well. Definitely had dovetail joints to hold the giant massive doors, and he was properly flabbergasted. Oh yeah, tipping, absolutely. I think I know which one you're talking about. Okay, so the Hunger of Stretching. Let's look them up in Legends real quick. Hunger of... So this is that god. Hasn't cursed anybody, so it's a pretty maligned deity. Has quite a lot of worshippers. Pretty significant god for the dwarves, it seems like. But the fact that it hasn't cursed anybody is good. Not a particularly angry god. Gotta double the value of this. Romanoid is refusing to cut gems. Celesty, on the other hand, seems to be much more interested. Oh, can refresh my military again. I'm thinking about channeling this down and building my barracks kind of up here. To keep the military functional above ground. Do like a partially above ground barracks kind of deal. What, the god of death? Diabetic stoner? I mean, Nar is the second most popular god in this fort. The Narnars, not spelled like that, is a local punk band. It's G-A or G-N-A-R. Local-ish, I guess. From the city I used to live in. I could do some stuff with clear glass and green glass for the roof. That could look nice. Any luck catching fishes? I mean, we haven't been we haven't built the infrastructure to catch fishes. I would ask you if you're playing in a ocean map to try and catch them faster. But we do have some agitated octopuses on the map. Things keep showing up that are interesting, which is all we really need. I need a method of draining the ocean to catch fish consistently. So I'm currently building some pretty long catwalks on both ends of the map with the end goal of being able to catch some fish. But, I mean, if you've expected me to have caught fish already in the 3rd year of a fort on an ocean this deep, you are fucking mad, man. I don't even think I'm going to go all the way across anyway. Or clearly have no idea of the scale of project I have to build to actually do this. Although we did catch some live fish, like small fish. I mean, we've caught plenty of like mussels and clams. A couple flounders, you know. You know, the usual stuff. I'm waiting for one of my military dwarves to be found drowned at the bottom of the ocean because they tried to kill an agitated octopus, though. I'm also kind of surprised these guys haven't been assaulted by the agitated octopuses yet. Can we build one of those overhead aquariums? Like in the fort or above this? I don't really see the point of building one above this. I mean, this is supposed to be a defensive structure, not really a showpiece structure, but like in the fort, sure. All I need to do is just make a pit pond zone and then dump some fish into it. I'll tell you how many we have for that one currently once I'm done building this. Actually, here, I can just show you. The Fellowship of Phantoms, you are the only worshiper. So while one of the various religions following Nar might get one, that one is very unlikely at the minute. Sorry, but you don't follow a popular sect of that religion, it seems. No offense, of course. I mean, it's a glorious sect of an incredible religion of grumpy edgelords. I mean, see, they like to be able to fork things to happen. That crew of forks. Should be able to do this, right? No. Big disappointment. Let's get some color variety into here. Have I been attacked by angry birds yet? Not yet. Just blue jays. For once, the current fort dwarves are mostly worshipping a happy god of fertility and rainbows. Normally, your biggest temple is some god of death, disease, or misery. I mean, honestly, to me, them worshipping that like a happy god is weirder than the alternative. Like, it's like, what's wrong with you, dwarves? Like, that's not a normal activity. Oh, I see. I thought that you were building that. They're just, farming at the minute. Weird. But something I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to channel down into here, but I'm going to leave the center of that. I'm going to go over to here. We're going to make a fishing hut. That's a thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to make rock grates. They'll be the best. Trust me. They'll be out of conglomerate, so that they're a nice color. And this is going to be filled up with ocean water. It's going to have a little hut built over it. And so from within the safety of the site of the militia space over here, they will be able to fish. Oh, all the time, Christian Blue. All the time. I mean, I play this game more than people should. Like, the way I advise people to play this game is like, play it until you run out of ideas or can't think of what to build, and then play something else for a bit. And then when you think of something, come back and play another fort, and then wait until you get bored and then, or something else interests you more, and then go play that. Like, I'm very much, like, of the mind that you should play games that you think are interesting consistently. And while Dwarf Fortress might keep me interested gameplay-wise all the time, yeah, absolutely. I have a hard time coming up with things I want to attempt, or things that I'm willing to attempt, rather, that I think would be fun and aren't just frustrating. I think that's just kind of part of the job that I do, but I'm also not your average video game player. So it's kind of a bit of a silly question to ask me, because I don't really have a straight answer for you. It's mostly just yeah, of course. I mean, it just makes it seem like I'm bored all the time, which I'm not. I wouldn't be playing this game if I didn't want to play it, but do I sometimes have trouble coming up with new ideas? Yeah, absolutely, because I've done a lot of things. I've also done a lot of things that chat thinks would be interesting that I know are not, or at the very least I know might not be fun to watch, or might not be fun for me, and that is bad. So chat will often ask me to do things that I go, Speaking of that, there's a dump zone over here that they're going to, not the one that I wanted them to. So I don't know. That's a bit of a loaded question that I don't really have a positive answer for, unfortunately. I think they're still going to throw some of them in over there, but that's fine. Whatever. It's actually not that big of a deal. I just want those rocks out of there. So yeah, I mean, when you ask somebody a no positive answer question, you're not going to get a positive answer. So can mega beasts attack you if you're isolated on an island? If there's mega beasts on the island, the caverns might be interconnected with all of the cavern systems and are not necessarily isolated. I guess it depends on like how isolated that island actually is, YouTube chat. And that's hard to say. I think like when you ask me questions like, do I ever struggle to like, you know, come up with things to do? You need to remember, this is my job. And it's impossible to have a job, in my humble opinion, where you aren't periodically burnt out. It doesn't matter what the job is. The job could be taking photos of beautiful people and putting them in a magazine. The job could be paperwork. The job could be stock trading. The job could be working in a restaurant and cooking, and that could be your favorite thing to do. But there will be times where you are a little bored and out of creativity. If you've ever had a job before, you might experience that. And for me, most of the time, I don't really have a problem, because there's always things that I have kind of rattling around in the back of my head that I'm willing to do. Does it matter, though? I don't think it does. Because this game still surprises me, even when, like, I personally am having a hard time thinking of something specific. I always come up with something eventually. It's just not always at the beginning of the fort. But this is a game that consistently surprises me. I just want to talk about things that aren't overwhelmingly negative or feel overwhelmingly negative. Yeah, that was the last fort that I did. Diabetic Stoner. Certainly a recency bias on that one. I mean, like, I don't know. It's sort of like asking, do you know what your build is going to be by the end of a run of Binding of Isaac? You might have an idea. Are you going to end in that place? Maybe. Because the game can always throw something different at you. Do you sometimes have trouble coming up with new ideas for different builds? Probably. But when something presents itself, who cares? And that's kind of how I played Dwarf Fort. Where, like, sure. Yeah, I mean, maybe it'll be hard for me to come up with something. But who cares? Why does it matter? So I'm going to do something here that might seem a little silly. I'm going to throw some cage traps in here. On the off chance, because I'm going to leave one of these open. On the off chance that one of the... Actually, no, fuck it. I'm actually just going to dig through this. On the off chance that one of those giant octopuses is like, hey, quit fucking with my ocean. Mayhaps I could catch one. Certainly. I mean, like, I am very much of the opinion that it is a bad thing to just play one game forever. Find multiple games that scratch similar itches or multiple mod packs that change it up enough that flavor-wise that you want to keep playing, but don't necessarily play games the way I do. I mean, I play games the way I do for content, not necessarily for personal enjoyment. I do really like this game. There's been other games in the past. There's been other games in the past that I've streamed extensively and stopped streaming because I got really fucking tired of them. Whereas I've streamed thousands of hours of this game and I'm still here and I still like it. I don't always have the utmost of new creative ideas for it, but that's because, you know, like anything, sometimes you just have to sit back and let the game take the wheel. You'll never see me playing as kobolds, though, because fuck those stupid little critters. Disgusting. Vapid creatures. Smelt some gold ore, because I think I've got more. Yes. No, I mean, the first guild hall I built in this fortress was for fisher dwarves, because that's kind of the theme of this fort. I mean, I do both. I mean, I build them when they ask, but I also build them when I just happen to have enough dwarves of that skill, because they demand them when you have 10 dwarves who do that task. That's when they demand them. So it's kind of up to you, really. Well, no, they can't, actually, Bright Lancer. The person who made that mod simply allowed them to make whips. But in the vanilla game, kobolds can't dig, and they can't make tools of any kind, and they can't make furniture of any kind. So if you're actually playing vanilla kobolds as a one-to-one, you wouldn't be able to dig. However, they would be able to make traps and some very basic crafts. So sounds like you're probably playing Human Fortress with kobold skin. Yes. No, I'm just being a stickler for specificities. Don't worry about me. Okay, so the Holy Ditch. Okay, that's a pretty funny name, actually. The Holy Ditch. Chat, which of these dwarves looks like a holy ditch to you? The god of wealth and misery. But Kerbal King, if you make public guild halls, as long as you have one dwarf with that skill, that dwarf can then go teach other dwarves that skill. So if you want to specialize a whole fortress in a particular skill, start with some dwarves with that skill and just build that as your first meeting hall right away. Like if you want a shit ton of weapon artifacts, start with like a weaponsmith guild. Think the peasant? Tobul? The soap maker? I'm glad you liked it, Warium, in the YouTube chat. I mean, go nuts, Bright Lancer. I kind of run on like a, how do I put it? Like a fuck up once rule. Like if you link your favorite porno playlist in my chat, I'll probably ban you. But like, or like if you link something that's like a phishing link, I'll definitely ban you. But after laughing at you. But like, you know, if you just link a Steam mod, that's fine. My chat isn't for like promotion. So like if it's your own mod, like keep it to a minimum, but yeah, go nuts. Or post it in the Discord or the Fluxer chat. One of the two. I mean, actually, what I should have said is like a fishing line. Victor is what I really should have said. Tubal, the Holy Ditch. And that should satisfy their needs for that religious group. Meanwhile, up here, I actually wonder. All right, we'll see what that looks like. Exclamation point Discord. No, I'm just building a backup server on a different platform. Sparse. Because we're not entirely sure how bad the response to Discord's going to be, but Fluxer seems pretty solid for a variety of reasons. It's open source for one. You can delete all your data with a click. It's got a much more responsible privacy policy. Places that have the ID requirements, they block, but they don't block VPNs. So it's like partially a replacement, partially a backup, depending on how concerned you are with the privacy stuff. The Discord server ain't going away, but I'm giving an alternative a good shot. Is that waves making the mist? Yep. If you turn on ASCII, you can actually see the waves incoming. Like, you can see the ripples. Give it a sec. There's one. There's another. And when they collide with the beach, you can see the spray. In the middle. Root is entirely venture capital funded and has incredibly irresponsible data management. So I read their EULA after the app didn't properly install on my computer, and I was like, is it worth building from source? And then I read their EULA, and no, I'm good. It's like going from Discord to a slightly worse Discord is the way I would describe it. Like, I would rather stay on Discord than Root. Because, like, the benefit of finding an alternative platform, from my perspective, is something that has more responsible business option, or more responsible data management than Discord. So, like, the two that I was looking at were Stoat and Fluxer were the two that I narrowed it down to. Stoat just ain't ready, from what I can tell. It seems like a hobby project that blew up suddenly. They don't have great moderation tools, and they don't have a way to extract your data directly. That's convincing, and they've had a lot of mixed messaging due to poor organization, so I'm going with Fluxer because Fluxer seems a lot more professional. They all look exactly like Discord. Like, exactly like Discord. Alright, so this is going to be my barracks. And you can be taken off of mining. And you can be added to mining. You can also be taken off of mining. You can be added to mining. All right, chat, we're about to get hit by some ads. I'm gonna go use the washroom and rinse out my coffee mug. I've not looked into it, no. Dag it. All right. I will be right back. Ugh. Hello, Liam. I mean, I ain't your daddy, so you do what you want with your own life. No mold. I am but a humble content moron. Speaking of content moron, they've stopped catching as many fish. It's a little weird, actually. I don't know that much about how arch systems work, but hopefully it works. I guess, Alan? That's what I'm trying to say. I don't really have like a set place for a lever's room. I guess I will throw it. Thinking maybe at the back of the library. That would be reasonable. Yeah, we'll throw it right there. Is there any way to lure a whale into my fort zone? Nope. All I can do is unexist the agitated creatures that are on the map when I get the chance, and slowly more and more creatures will come in. We've already seen sharks. We've seen giant octopus. We've seen various other creatures that would indicate the existence of whales, and we know that there are whales here because I found one in a test embark, but it's a matter of trying to deduce methods of catching the animals that are there and waiting. It's kind of like shiny hunting. You just kind of have to wait for one to appear. Nerds. No mold. Yay is just an arch user repository that a helper allows you to use in place of Pac-Man or for unofficial packages. Gotcha. I mean, I know what Pac-Man is. I've just never heard of Yay, I guess. Although, it does induce me to feel the need to state that I still think that programmer naming of shit is awful. That's all. Oh, I've heard of that. No mold. Paru. Spooky Ghost. Thanks for the brand new subscription. That's very kind of you. So these be pirate dwarves? Nah, no, not really. I mean, sort of, I guess. But not really. More so just seaside dwarves, you know? The edge of the ocean, if you will. Hey, chat, you guys know how to make the bot post beers, right? We get a round of beers for Spooky Ghost. Then we've got Spooky Ghost, and somewhere around here there's also a Cutest Ghost. Are there whale men? I think there's whale people, isn't there? I know there's octopus men. I've seen those before. Were whale? There are no aquatic were creatures. we've talked about. That's just a meme. Although, if you put an H in there and make it a were-whale, like a question, that is very real right now. Whales? Where? I very much doubt it. Like, I'm visually impaired, but I can see. Like, if they're low vision and are okay with playing games slowly, probably. If they're, like, minimal to no vision, I would say that's pretty wishful thinking. Like, this game has a lot of very small, obtuse UI elements. I know older versions of the game were playable with screen readers, but playable is, like, in quotes. I don't know if I would call it playable. Adventure mode, maybe, but I would look into War Sim. War Sim or War Sim, or games that are like War Sim. War Sim is like a text-based kingdom management game. Yeah, see, like, I can... Like, that's my bad eye, basically. Yeah, War Sim, the Realm of Eslona. I mean, that would be playable with a screen reader. Also, here, it's this game. I actually don't have it installed at the minute. This thing. What's the name of that other game? Shit. I played it and I finished it. Let me just scroll through until I can spot it. Because I played this really interesting audio-only game a while ago. Or audio primary game, and it was like a first-person, like, adventure fantasy game, but all done with, like, spatial audio. Just trying to remember the name of it. Because it's been a couple of years. It was like 2021 or something I played it. I'm still scrolling. I can't remember. How do you search for specific characters on Legends? You type their name in. Like, you go to historical figures, and then you type the last name in, is usually the easiest way to find them. What the heck is the name of that game? Steam is, like, really good for searching for games if you know the name of the game, but not very good at searching for games if you only, like, know... like, the type of game that it is. Also, maybe there's just too many games on Steam. I would also say things like a lot of traditional roguelikes, like old school stuff, such as NetHack, can be played with a screen reader, but those are pretty hardcore. That is a game, but I actually haven't played that one. That's not the one I'm thinking of. But maybe I can start from there.
Dark_Kiss Q121 cheered. X100.
Thanks for the $1. First bits of the week. Appreciate ya. It's not like, it's not the one that I was thinking of, but... that is one of those. Anyway. It's kind of weird that that one isn't actually like in a bundle or something with the other one that I'm thinking of. It's like the something valley, but like it's that doesn't seem to be... Actually, does this have any fun tags that I could look through? Not really. It's annoying. I give up. How you doing, Sniper? No, I haven't read chat once today, Liam. Especially not what you just wrote. Okay. Let's open this up and turn this into the fishing area. I'm getting by. One day at a time, Sniper. One day at a time. So I can't lure new creatures onto the map, but agitated creatures might be lurable into the map if there's access to the fort. And so I'm giving them just that. I'm giving them access to the fort, sort of. Well, in a way. It's a little wild how much of the ocean that is consuming. Figured that would fill faster and restabilize quicker, but it's not. Weird. Getting that cleared up. I mean, these things are moving, by the way. These agitated octopus are pissed. You purchase seeds and pots and all. Very excited to document it. Document it? As in, like, take photos and post online kind of thing, or? It's mostly water, yeah. I mean, that's how you get deep sea creatures wandering into your map, like these guys. So, yes, it is mostly water, in fact. I mean, if we look at the surface, that's all the land that we have. And I'm slowly building these little walkways around the edge. Oops, in fact, I can work on another one lower down. So that once we've built all the way around, I can start caving in chunks to build drains around the edge, so I could theoretically drain the ocean. Or at the very least, it would make sealing in the ocean with lava easier. Alternatively, though, maybe things will be tempted into my little traps, such as this, while the dwarves are up here fishing. In fact, maybe I should add in some more fisher dwarfs. Because it's possible. Certainly possible. That we can make some good use of this. I need to get another still up and running because that one's not producing alcohol fast enough. We also need to get some underground brewing going. Actually, just going to go through here and throw in another still. And I need to go up to here and get more plum helmets planted, I think. Because that's the only stuff that's in season at the minute. And there they go. How do I make my forts so pretty? Yeah. Also, Spice Octopus in the YouTube chat says that they're not that agitated. Well, you're not a giant octopus. You're just a normal octopus. These are giant octopuses, and they're agitated. says they're right in their name. Agitated. Someone was asking on YouTube if I was censoring the whale's name. That just means that they're underwater. Which I think is really funny, personally. What's up for grabs in this fort? What do you want? Kind of a lot. I don't know. We've got some hunters. We got a couple metal workers. We got a bunch of fishers. We got a bunch of farmers. Small military. Quality of which unknown currently. Man, what do you want? How late is too late to plant seeds in a season in Dwarf Fort? I mean, they'll plant them whenever. Growing is so simple that, like, there is no real thing that you need to think about it too much. You can have a fisher for a price. The only unnamed fisher dwarf on paper is Dodok, but as far as dwarves that are assigned to fishing, there's quite a bit more. So we'll give you that. Which one would you like? If any dwarves stood out. Oh, you're looking for somebody interesting, Eldrish? I mean, opportunities will arise themselves. Opportunities will arise, rather. Creed, it's good to see you, man. Hope you've been doing aight. You want Nomal? He's a bit noseless. What the hell happened to you? You didn't get into any fights when you got here. The fuck happened to your nose, man? Huh. We have a ghoul? I mean, he's not undead. He just doesn't smell much. He's got a wife who lives here named Lore. And, like, a few kids in the fort. He just looks kind of funky. Can you add the noseless? Got a nickname within your nickname. He cracks easily under pressure, dislikes helping others, does not find most jokes humorous, lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. Your last name is Archmeat. So go look up Archmeat on Legends and maybe you can figure out what happened. He would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight and often feels discouraged. He's grateful when others help him out and he tries to return favors. He's quick to form negative views about things, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He doesn't mind a little something special now and again, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he's conflicted by this since he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. I once got a migrant that arrived in the fort who was missing an arm and actively bleeding out. They survived, and I never did actually find out what happened to them, but they arrived on the map and were already bleeding to death. He occasionally overindulges and shakes his finger up and down when he's excited, and when he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks that it is of the utmost importance to never present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. I'm sure that's easier with your lack of nose. He greatly respects shrewd and guileful, and values peace over war and respects the law. He likes pyrolusite, nickel silver, citrine, emu leather, sheep horn, amber, alpaca wool, cotton fabric, male shirts, tables, bracelets, anvils, rabbits for their ears, cougar eels for their long bodies, and the words of the fatal death. The sight of the fabulous satin, and when possible, prefers to consume mandrill, pendant amaranth beer, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. It feels like you picked a defective one. Nah, you just picked an interesting one. I mean, you're married and you've had 2 lovers already in your life and you've got 2 kids. You're off to fish. Your nose got bit off by a cougar? Oh, that's dope, dude. Sorry, that's like real fucking cool. I don't know. Like A+, man. Does it state that his nose was severed? I'm looking. Give me a sec. Just let me pause the game. The giant cougar attacked Nomal during the second rampage of the giant cougar Rubdish. It's like Rubdish? Rubbish. Nomal was wounded by the giant cougar during the second rampage. And he managed to escape the onslaught. And then gave up being a fishery worker to be a beekeeper. Got married in the year 200. Well, that's nifty. Seems like some of the data is like in a weird order on this. I don't know why that is. You're not super sus or anything, though. It seems that the Sheriff of the Ring of Bristles is one of your kids. And the Dean of the Merged Hall and Legendary Bonecrafter is Avu's your other kid. You're a bit of a Nepo baby. I mean, you're the child of the legendary dyer and former mayor of the Blameless Torches, and the former chief medical dwarf of the Roughness of Influencing. Like, bit of nepotism in your history, but I like that the chief medical dwarf of the Truthful Glaze is your ancient relative who's passed away, I presume. Yeah, died in the year 114. And was a master thrower. Real good at throwing. I presume throwing clay, but actually I'm most likely throwing rocks. Obviously, Dwarven society has advanced from the days when all they did was huck rocks. I've got to be cooking my booze. There's no two ways about it. Quit it. All right. Your dwarf worships 5 deities? Why not 6? Make it an even number. All right, let's bring some amulets up as well. Let's bring some figurines over as well.
Another wheel on my cart.
B-Lug, thanks for the 60th month. It's a lot of wheels, man. Chat, you guys know what to post, don't you? I trust that you do. I'm a little bit amazed at the lack of fish. Like, we just really haven't been catching much in the way of fish. It's a little bit wild, actually. I'm sorry I speak English, my dude, in the YouTube chat. I mean, YouTube already does auto translations with subtitles. I'm not going to use the AI voice translations. If you want them to have subtitle translations, then turn them on. I don't really know what else to tell you, man. The Kenton, the miner, is taken by a fey mood. Look at Zuthan Brass Bowls. I mean, you can link it. We'll have to follow that dwarf. What are you gonna go for? Your only daughter was killed? Time to hook up again, man. Stoneworker's workshop. Works furiously. What'd you even grab? A boulder and a gem. Huh. Very simple one. Sudelawek meets with the liaison and they say, let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. They've updated the world maps and I'm going to request some wood. They want cloth. And I'm going to go iron breastplate and iron greaves and jump back up to here. Aha. I asked them to bring me wood last time and they certainly did. Good amount of it too. Not a bad amount of it. I'll buy those 2 picks. Buy the fancy helm. Buy the bags. Buy some cloth. Not a lot of it, just a little bit of it. I may actually just buy all these. Just because I haven't dug down to the caverns yet, and this will speed up my farming and brewing industry pretty considerably. And they take the trade, even with the lower value. Got us taught. Thank you very much for the 38th month. Welcome back, man. Nice. Diabetic stoner. Check, can I get a round of beers? Forgot us taught in the 38th month. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. 1 subscription at a time. Appreciate you. Proving my anxieties to be not a major concern. I wonder. I've got an idea, which is I'm going to build a whirlpool. Because I do have like this method that will eventually, you know, get us to a point where we are able to, how do I put this? Catch the sea creatures. But we're going to need multiple methods. So I'm thinking I could put a drawbridge here, wall this off, put in some cage traps right here, build above it, cave down into it, and have a setup so that this can just drain off the edge of the map, which will probably cause some lag, but that's okay. It's one of the reasons I'm keeping the population down. And potentially, if it whirlpools up some of the bigger sea creatures, then profit? What do you think, chat? I think this is a valid way forward. Apparently your dwarf claimed it as a family heirloom, and I'm curious if it's seeing if it's in the, it's an artifact crossbow. The miners created a rock salt grate. We're about to get hit by ads, Stormwolf. Remind me after the ads are done, because I'm assuming you're going to see them. A rock salt grate, and offers it to the Coast Guard of the North Guild. I'm actually going to go throw that in right here. No, it's got nothing to do with procreation. I mean, the soft cap is actually 100, so they could actually have quite a few more babies. The only limit that I'm really putting on them at the minute is new migrants coming in. So procreation's actually totally fine at the minute. A wine from 1993. What's the occasion? You know, sometimes they ponder algorithms, and it's really funny to me, Sparse, when they do that. As for that artifact, Wow. This is a rock salt grate. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of bloodstone. On the item is an image of Oran battle-tested, the human, and the goblin in rock salt. The goblin is striking down Oran battle-tested. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Oran battle-tested by a goblin in the Ocean of Lilacs in the midsummer of 202 during Gathazgun's the splattered onslaught. Lovely. You made 4 to 5 mathematical discoveries before even settling here? Really? Oh, that's pretty cool. But yeah, oh, I see. Your dwarf wrote, "Do we understand the algorithm?" I missed that bit of that line. Yeah, that's cool. That's always cool. You gotta love that, man. You gotta love it. So I was being asked about a crossbow. Let me just scroll up here in Twitch chat and grab what the name of it was. I mean, I see a few different crossbows here, but none with that name. So I'm not sure. I don't have it here. I mean, you haven't made one here. It was made before here. I know that a lot of these are Diabetic Stoner's family heirlooms, which I think is funny because Diabetic Stoner was also the first one to make an artifact. Yeah, I don't see your family's related artifact. If you look it up under artifacts, if it's not lost, it might show up in a specific location in Legends. I mean, it's like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of a friendship ring, obviously. What else would it be, Diabetic Stoner? It's the Squeezing Strangers, you know, the friendship ring. I like the Ghost Skunk, the Unthinkable System. I wish it was Ghost Skunk, the Unthinkable Stench. Would have been way better, but oh well. It's not live updated, no. I have to update it manually at the end of every stream. So at the end of the stream, I will update Legends, unless I swap games midway through, which, you know, may happen. There's a couple of games that I may swap to if I feel like it today. That depends if I want to go long or not. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think it's actually silver, but sure, Diabetic Stoner. Obviously, way ahead of you there, Vulpine Anthro. I like how they just, like, stopped what they were doing to go gather plants. I mean, I was going to say it was set in stone, but that's, silver isn't really a stone, it's a metal alloy, right? Or a mineral, I guess. It's an element? Is it? Bah. I'm not a rock scientist, I don't know. More of a roll scientist, you know? I roll a lot of blunts. I actually don't. I think I can count on one hand the number of blunts I've smoked in the last 5 years. And I think it's like less than 2. AG on a periodic table? I periodically make no sense, so if I'm wrong about that, that would be incredibly likely. And, you know, I only periodically actually use the table that's in my apartment, so maybe I should know more about the periodic tables. Speaking of periodic tables, my expedition leader here is reading a book about the interpretations of the abbot. And George is also reading some books. Did I just see somebody come running in and running out? I guess not. I'm seeing things. My scholar, over here, Daggett, has been enthusiastic after discussing very large numbers. Very large numbers is what you... And you're also thinking about genealogy. Nothing more AG than my knees, mate. I mean, silver's pretty heavy, so that honestly would make some sense. You know, that's basically as far as we're actually going to go. I'm just going to get rid of that because I don't need it. Excited after learning about logics, mechanisms, and very large numbers. Oh yeah, good stuffs. So I could flood my entire fortress with this extremely easily, so I probably shouldn't do that, hey? How about I just plop this over here as a safeguard? Before I accidentally fuck up. Yeah, this world is young enough that we may actually get some discoveries, which is always fun. Which is kind of the hope. Agree. Agreed. How you been, man? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. It's been a minute. Gone quiet on me. Oops, that's the wrong tool. But I hope you've been alright, dude. Can water pressure break doors? Only if a dwarf opens it. So you need Urist McStupid to pull a Urist McDumb. But if they do, oh boy. Creator of is such a flex in DF? Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, so... well, that's gonna take a little bit. Right. This is the skeleton of a were creature, which I completely forgot about. Just gonna leave the mouse in the same place. Except what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this. Do this. And do that. Just make sure this is in the right place. Actually, it's much easier to do it with this tool. Yep, that's in the right place. Perfect. Dwarven landmine one day. Explain. Isn't that just like a stonefall trap? I mean, I once made a like series of floors that were all covered with drawbridges, Emily, and whenever the baddies would step on a pressure plate, it would launch their friend right behind them up into the sky like Looney Tunes. These days, I think they would just run in and topple all of them, so it would be much less effective, but it was very funny at the time. It was very funny, but, like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's probably less effective now. Okay, let's do rock mechanisms. Just make them out of rock salt because the material doesn't matter too much. I just saw a seahorse for a second. That's cool. And I think I need to make another one of these. I'm also going to grab the military here and tell them to go upgrade their gear, which they did. As they all run off and grab new and better gear. This dwarf likes studying. I also want to practice the craft. I'm gonna give them a break pretty soon, I think. Just put them on monthly orders. So they get to do some staggered training. And what I'm going to do I'm going to need more of these. I'm going to need 4 more of each, but for the minute, I can just do that and say store gear here. I can also do these. And I could throw in one of these. Oh, I need to make backpacks. That's nice. Leather backpack. 2. 3. We'll just do those quarterly. Satisfy any needs and or demands. You really like your truly splendid items, don't you? You also got a very fancy barley wine vial filled with barley wine. You love doing entrance barracks? It's been a while since I've done one. I'm just fucked up right now by how few fish are being caught. Like, they're all pretty highly skilled fisher dwarves, yet we're not catching any, which is really, truly quite bizarre. We didn't fish out the whole ocean, did we? I mean, maybe? I'd be quite surprised if we did, but I'm not going to rule out that as a possibility. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to rule that out as a possibility, but you know, it's funny. All characters are annoyed about being caught in the rain. Your ocean seems to have very few fish for some reason. Do you mean like these larger fish that come in like this? Or do you mean just like fish for fisher dwarves to catch? Scraggly beard in YouTube chat. Because if you mean just like fish for dwarves to catch, yeah, that seems to be consistent with mine.
Yeet.
Hobo, how's things? You didn't get the COVID for the 3rd time? Well, that's good. I canceled going to a local indie metal fest this week due to my foot still being fucked, and I need to keep this splint on for another week or 2, maybe more. And I got kind of paranoid about somebody stepping on my foot, so I decided to tell my friends to sell my ticket, and then my friend found somebody who was willing to, who was planning on buying a ticket at the door, so I got my money back, but I'm kind of bummed out about it. I don't really have any spooky ghost. Also, I don't really name the most insane dwarf usually, because usually if there actually is an insane dwarf, you might as well not get a dwarf because they're already dead. So you're going to need to be a little bit less specific in that request. Oh, also, Hobo, I don't know how closely you're looking at Discord, but we're trying out something called Flexor. There's a link if you type an ! Discord in the Twitch chat. So, what's your second choice, Spooky? I mean, I could give you the most upset dwarf, but they're hardly insane. Actually, no, I can't. I could give you Ulan. Because I don't really have any insane dwarves. I mean, if you want a dwarf that's going to die soon, then you might as well just give it to somebody else. Because one, no. And two, I would memorialize them, so you wouldn't get a ghost. So if that's what you're hoping for, like that, yeah, that ain't gonna happen, unfortunately. At least not at the minute. It's all stingray. You want a whale or some sharks? Well, you should kill those stingrays. Most upset dwarf then? Okay, you get Olin. Because my mayor is the most upset dwarf, which is kind of funny, actually. Spooky Ghost is not spooky nor a ghost, is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance, is often sad and dejected, and rarely looks on others with lust. She prefers to be alone, and she is inside of the giant snail right now. After all, this fortress is called Squidward. She tries to return favors, and she is very humble. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She is quite polite, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and isn't particularly ambitious. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she lives a fast-paced life. She begins to talk in a hushed whisper when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Just getting used to tragedy. I mean, I'm not saying that you need to pull people over, necessarily. I'm just making you aware. I mean, I will be on Discord for the foreseeable future. Unless, like, something genuinely crazy happens in the next 2 weeks. I will, to put it simply, I've been using this as a comparison for a while. I started quitting Twitter in 2018. I quit Twitter in 2022. I don't know. This is like part one. It's going to take a while. She's made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture. I already read that. She begins to talk in a hushed whisper when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values self-control, doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes lemonite and tin and banded agate, as well as ashwood and giant red-winged blackbird leather, the color ochre, as well as high boots, chains, and the words of the page of crystal, the sound of the tulip of rhyming, and the sight of the mechanical amethyst. And when possible, prefers to consume hagfish, sorghum beer, and mog juice, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. I don't think they're going to back down anything, Eldrish, because that's not how money works. I do think that they will reword it to a point where people accept it, or some people do, but I'm still going to build alternatives because it's the wise thing to do. Sound is a little low. Turn yours up then. A short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. I literally can't turn up my volume anymore, so you can turn yours up, most likely. You do actually have quite a big family. Wolf is your grandpa, which is lovely. You do want to be with family and friends. Thankfully, you do have some family in the fort. You do remember feeling some affection after speaking with an acquaintance. God knows who. Could be anybody. I mean, that's being generous, Daggett. You're cracking open a bowl, smoking a beer, and butt-chugging some popcorn. Is that what's happening? Queuing green tea? See how close we are. Okay, still got a ways to go. It's like you're here to kick names and take ass. Similar to that, I presume. And we're all out of names. Yeah, absolutely. All right, look, the redemptions are all used up. Spooky Ghost got the last one. I do actually like a smoked beer, though. Somebody I know has a beer smoker, and it is pretty peak. Let's throw another farm plot up there. And this is just going to be more hemp. Yeah, I've had a few smoked old fashions in my life, but I've also had smoked beers. It's like basically like a iron rod that you put your that you heat up over a flame and then jam it into your beer. Pretty fucking tasty, let me tell you. Although it's not the sort of thing that you can get outside of the place where it's made usually. Let's see how we're doing at the minute. It's just the albatrosses and the blue jays. Let's just fly down here. You're also butt chugging popcorn. I'm proud of you, Bonesaw. You like the crackle. What fishy plans do I have for this fort? I'm currently just like cooking up a few different ideas for ways to catch fish. By fish, I mean large underwater creatures. Speaking of large underwater creatures, that is a large creature that is decidedly not from the underwater. The Nbaspu Smazoslu has come, a great humanoid monster with 2 heads. Anybody want to look that thing up? Raven waved. Figured out the sneaky shortcut to get number 2 on the leaderboard by cheering an individual penny. It only costs 2 pennies and bits to get number 2 on the leaderboard. 1 penny to tie and pull the 3rd one. Or $1 and penny for number 1. This is a crowdfunded channel. We don't do sponsored time here. But I do get annoying about bits sometimes. Let's go see what this thing has. Do you have anything fun? It's time to test out my military. You killed a dwarf? Tool release. Here in Germany, you can buy smoked beer, but usually it's 1 or 2 brands that are around. Beer with smoky aromas. I mean, there's like types of beers that you can make that have smoky tastes. Spice Octopus. And like I've definitely found smoked beers in cans, but usually it's the sort of thing that like you walk into a bar and give them an extra tip and they smoke your beer for you. That's usually where I see it. Anyways, it's curious and sometimes to her detriment. She doesn't have any artifacts, no family. Poem Blossom. I wonder. I'm always like curious if they know knowledge. So if they know knowledge, then they found books at some point or learned to read, but doesn't look like it. I mean, this giant has 2x the vision. Okay, so hold up. What? Why is there just a Thornback Ray in the middle of the... Okay. Seems like the animals are already charging. And Athil, the wrestler, who is a competent dodger, Married to Nod, or Gmod, not Nod, and member of the fortress since the year 201, wielding an iron spear and an iron helm and a full set of iron armor, is charging the creature. Well, actually, sans shoes, but that's fine. Chat, can I get the Vile Force of Darkness for good luck for this dwarf, who's leading the huzzah against the creature? Dodges around it, which is honestly the most important skill that she's got at the minute. The wrestler stabs the Etten in the right neck, not the wrong one, with her iron spear, tearing the fat, then misses, dodges 3 separate hits, and then stabs the Etten in the left neck once more, tearing the fat, lodging the spear firmly in the wound. With a wrench of strength, she pulls on the iron spear and regains possession of it as the Etten charges directly at her, missing because she jumped out of the way. The rest of the dwarves behind are coming into the fighting. There's spurts of blood coming out of the creature. Right behind them is Michael Bay, because of course he is, who is also wielding a iron spear, who joins in with the fighting. His first strikes at the Etten in the left hand and the left head with his iron shield. He bashes it, which bends the neck, tearing the skin, bruising the skin, not tearing it. The militia commander once again stabs the Etten in the upper body with his iron spear. Of course, the militia commander is Michael Bay, Lord of Explosions. Terrified, vengeful while in conflict. The beast is winded, in pain. None of my dwarves have taken a hit yet from the looks of things. The wrestler stabs the Etten in the lower body with her iron spear. It's been hitting the kidney, hitting the lung. Another spear is lodged firmly in the wound. I don't think this creature is long for this world. It appears that Dino wishes to assist. I mean, she is the wife of the mayor and the broker of the fortress. She joins in by punching the Etten, for good measure, in the left hand. Oh, no, sorry, with her left hand, which bruises the guts. She punches it in the lower body. And then it misses her, and she punches it again. This time with her right hand in the lower body, bruising the muscle. She punches it a third time with her right hand, bruising the muscle. Having only killed one, I mean, I do have a fully armored squad. Like, I wasn't even remotely worried. Even the goat, Olin, the nanny goat, is joining in. Blade. The nanny goat gores the Etten. I've seen the witch. I'm sure that'll go just well. Bruising the muscle. Gores it again. In the right hand with her horn, bruising the muscle. I really hope that the... Kicks the Etten in the lower body. Bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. The guts, which of course just got splintered out. Please tell me the goat got it. God damn it. The nanny goat kicks it, which bruised the skin. Who got it? It seems that Diabetic Stoner, the Sacred Tomb, was the first to manage a kill in the fortress. The kill shot was stabbing the Etten in the left head with an iron spear, tearing the muscle, chipping the skull, and tearing the brain. A tendon in the skull was torn. Stabbed it through the temple, tearing its brain in half. That was way too easy. That is, like, not a threatening enemy at all. Giants and Ettins are not tough if you're armed. They can be a problem if you're not armed and caught out, but if you have, like, a squad with weapons, you're probably fine. So it wasn't way too easy. That was, like, exactly what I was expecting. But no, they were stabbing it to death with iron weapons, mostly. There was only one dwarf in there who was punching it. The rest of them were all fighting with their spears, stabbing it. And the first hit that it took went straight through both of its lungs, or a lung, so it couldn't breathe after that first hit. They're one of those things where, like, if they had armor, they would be quite threatening, but because they don't, Axes or hammers for weapons? Axes are heavy, so they take longer to train, but are better than swords. Spears, I just like the way spears look, so I tend to use spears. Also, spears are pretty well-rounded. You're probably in an ad now, Ladu Lao, right? What would that be? Would that be a Biclops? I feel like that would be a Biclops. Not to be confused with a Triclops, which is just an Etten who's missing an eye. It's what happens when the Cyclops and the Ettins like each other very much. Isn't Biclops just a human? Hush now with your logic. Here, I kind of stopped speaking as I was speaking because I saw the ads started, Ladaloo. Assuming you're through the ads now, yeah? You had a Cyclops invade your fort, and as the Etten invaded mine, you got absolutely dominated by a random fisher dwarf with no combat skill and a sheep. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I've seen just like 3 peasants and a child like beat the shit out of, like, the only time that Cyclopses really win or giants win is if they catch somebody off guard. I think Minotaurs are a little bit more threatening because they have horns, but generally they're not too much of a threat. All right, so I'm assuming you're through the ads at this point. It depends on the material. I like spears because they're both effective as blunt weapons and stabby weapons because they can whack them with the end of it or they can stab them. So they work with a variety of different materials. They're just pretty well-rounded. They're also pretty light, so they train pretty quickly with them. Axes are a bit heavier, meaning they're more effective with heavier metals, but they're a cutting weapon. So because they're heavier, they take longer to train with, but a very well-trained axe dwarf is generally going to be stronger than a swords dwarf, even though they're both cut weapons. Hammers, I recommend if you have silver, but if you don't have, same with maces, because those are like heavy weapons that require heavy materials to be effective. I don't know where that came from. I like got some dust in my throat or something. So that's the weapon Rex in a nutshell. If you have 0 food during a siege, then you need bigger stockpiles. Yeah, I would actually say it's less of a siege, Eldritch, and I'd be more concerned about, like, were creatures. But granted, I'm doing the exact same thing, because fun! Man, Kiddo's gonna take a while to do this. Good luck, Stacy. And they get back to teaching each other stuff. I'm gonna just jump up here. I'm gonna tell chat, I've got a question. You saw my military just now going after that Etten. Do you guys think that they could take on a mysterious dungeon? Because there's a mysterious dungeon and a mysterious palace. Mysterious lair. Can we bring the goat? No. All right, dwarves. Go be quick. Don't get caught. Don't get cocky. Michael Bay is leading the squad. Of course, he's a competent fisher dwarf. He does have some skills in tactics, which is going to be very useful here. You don't think the enemy there are legendary fighters? Well, it's bigger. More about, like, can they sneak in and out without things catching them is the bigger deal. Wish them luck, chat. A zillion drink and 200 food. You can cook drink. You just often, with certain types of drink, you just have to enable it sometimes. But if you have a zillion drink and you cook meals, Just go to whatever your drink is. I guess, like, that, and then click that button, and then they can cook it. Like, that's the way to do it. Is just allow your drink to be cooked. I mean, you're with them, so you better be praying to whatever god you have access to. I'm actually going to get rid of you. Get rid of you. You're working on the hemp plants, which does seem to be unique to you. Everything else is food only, and I never have an alcohol or food problem. I also often tell them to cook a lot of seeds that they don't cook by default. Like if I go, thanks by the way, 409. If I go to kitchen and scroll through to seeds, like realistically, yes, we're using hemp seeds. We're using sweet pod seeds. We're not using quinoa seeds. We're not using almonds. We're using plum helmet spawn. We're not using barley. We're not using prickleberry. We're not using well, actually, we are using those. We're not using acorns. We are using cave wheat. So we're just cooking with the seeds. Oh, wow, that was quick. They're already back. How do you think they did, chat? I mean, they're at war with me now. I wonder if they can actually attack you now. Or if it's just going to, like, crash the game. I'm just going to quick save real quick. No, we're about to hit a turn. So, previously, if they tried to invade you, the game would crash. I think that's been fixed. But we'll see. The North Guilds attacked speechlessness. Michael Bay led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Ibexmen Shaman of Change Rufa Drainrasp. Michael Bay's tactical planning was superior to the Ibexmen, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage. It seems that Simtexagon was struck down by a goblin in the prairies of Shell. The Earthen Torments, Michael Bay clashed with 3 cheetahs, slaying them. Michael Bay also clashed with a single hyena, slaying them. Hewlett Packard is clashing with the Ibexmen Shaman. Diabetic Stoner clashed with 4 goblins in Tangle Mind. The Earthen Tournaments, led by Michael Bay, clashed with 7 goblins in Tangled Mine, and they came back. Are they truly useless if they can be ground? I think that a lot of those pits can be ground, can't they? Especially with like dyes and stuff. I know a lot of pits and seeds can be like crushed and then convert. Like there's a lot of things that can be converted into dyes now, but you know, that's just future crafting recipes that just haven't been implemented, right? I don't disagree though, it is kind of annoying. It would be nice if there was more you could do with those. I'm just gonna do some multi-leveled bedrooms, similar to the last fort in a few places. So I don't actually need that many more bedrooms, but I do need more bedrooms, so if I just do it this way, I can kind of kill 2 Urists with 1 boulder. When there were a ton of from what I remember, there are a ton of Ibexmen around you in places. What, just in World Gen? Well, I mean, the Ibexmen Shaman is like specifically that location, so Yep, looks like we did in fact lose one of my dwarves. Well, let's replace you. Let her get kitted up, and then we're going to send them back out. And there's so much more charcoal down here. Let's go do it again. Keep training. Except, what's your tactics skill now? Novice, ambusher, adequate tactics. That's what we want to see. I mean, I'm not actually that willing to make it diabetic, but I will, however, make a singular gold statue to Sim. Although I do need to smelt some gold ore in order to do that. I'm just going to encrust some furniture with cut gems. I wonder what Celesti's up to. Oh, meditating on misery. Well, gotcha. Isn't coffee a color now? Hold up. Make coffee bean dye. I don't want to kill the coffee beans, though I want to drink coffee liquid made out of coffee bean. But yeah, no, you literally can. You even found a bed to crash on? That's good, Abrax. Did they manage to grab anything good? No, just a scuffle. I'm very sorry, but I've got bad news, Sam. I got bad news. I sent my squad out to go on a short raid, to go fight the bads, you know, as one does. And, well, you got into a fight during that fight, and as is expected. But your head got chopped off by a evil ibex shaman. But I'm making a statue for you, so maybe you'll forgive me. My apologies. But you did get to witness the glorious killing of the first Etten to arrive. Is it a headless statue? Well, we don't know that he was beheaded, okay? Mr. Millix? I mean, it'll be a statue depicting him in ideally one of his best of times. I can't export backpacks. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? But yeah, Legends won't be updated for a wee bit still, so. Also, for anybody who's wondering, since turning the stream on today, we've got 1, 2, well, actually, okay, so since 9 a.m. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 people have joined the Fluxer chat. That's kind of cool. One of the coolest features that Fluxer has, which is the Discord-like software that I'm testing out, is you can have rooms that are just links. So you click this, it takes you to my website. You click this, it takes you to the YouTube. Oops, that's mods, but click that, it takes you to the stream. Like, that's cool. Like, really cool to me. I really like that feature. I think it's pretty dope. Fluxer, ER. No commands with my bot work if you're responding to somebody. I know that's not intuitive in the slightest, but it's been the case for my bot as long as I've had it. Yeah, it's all good. You like that it looks like Discord? They all look like Discord. That, however, is open source as an option. Oh, let's see how the second fight went. Hopefully better than the first one. They all look a lot like Discord, but they all have various different levels of functionality. That one lets you delete all of your data with a click. It lets you migrate to self-hosting your server if you want, and it's kind of built for that, which is really nice. It's also open source. The Dwarf Kick Roast, Michael Bay, and also the main reason I chose that one is instead of what's the word? Instead of forcing people to hand over their IDs in regions where ID is required to use their service, if they get told that, they just block the region, but they don't block VPNs. The Dwarf Kick Roast, Michael Bay, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Ibex Shaman once more. Rufa, Drain Rasp. The Ibexman Shaman's tactical planning was superior to the Dwarf, Michael Bay, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Well, that's not good. Diabetic Stoner clashed with 7 goblins. Well, seems like nobody died this time, though. The Earthen Tournaments, ably led by Michael Bay, clashed with 4 goblins. They dodged around out of the way. Well, not so good. Michael Bay's tactical planning, not so great, it turns out. But, you know, he's now a competent tactician, which is also good. So I'm going to send him back out, and they're going to keep on attacking that spot. Hopefully, eventually with more luck. They're trying to sneak in. They're just not doing a very good job of it. You should probably grab your weapons, Ethan. Or don't. Okay, fine. Also, looks like we're catching fish again. They must have just been out of season. Yes, you are still scholaring. I haven't started a new one since then. You're pondering genealogy. You would like to practice a craft, though. So maybe I should permit that. But you're very happy about it. You also want to acquire something. I think I will allow you to to do things other than ponder so you can go get that need fulfilled, but I kind of want to set the Holy Ditch as well as a scholar. I think that seems very fitting. Now, does that unassign you? Nope, it lets you do both, it looks like. So he's going to read Start Your Day with the Author, followed by hanging around in there and actually doing things of use. Okay, you go down here and connect it to that. And this down here, we're going to fortify that. We're going to set up some more cage traps. We're going to just pop back over here. Get beds into all these bedrooms. So I don't think I actually need that many more bedrooms. I think I maybe got the perfect number. Nice. Just need some for the kids. Like 1 or 2 more. He's apprenticed under 1 sparse, really? Huh. Yeah, that's true. Fascinating. Got into an argument relatively recently. He's glum about that. Performed a bunch of rites. Really likes performing. Really likes discussing very large numbers. Tactician and ambushing are the 2 skills that they need. Higher ambushing makes them more likely to successfully stealth an attack, and tactician makes them more likely to have a positional advantage. Crouch. And attacking places with people in it trains tactics. I'm back to the best flavor of bubbly, which is the invisible one. The one that you can't see. So they're getting no marketing benefit from me. Speaking of, what the heck is going on in the general section of my Discord? It's like Diamond and Elfie are like going on a choose your own adventure. The heck is going on over there? Lime Perrier? Yeah, Perrier is like almost all like you can't get it in cans here. It almost only comes in glass bottles, and that makes it kind of expensive. Because glass bottles are pricey. We rated them again. Well, I mean, we are getting, like, better diplomacy sometime this year. Irritable but trying. There's also a mod that somebody was working on that I saw, which allows you to use coins specifically as a trade good that gives them value based on the year that they were made, which is kind of neat. But yeah, I don't know. Justice is also something that's on the near future to-do list. The North Guilds attacked the speechlessness of lulling of an unknown civilization. Michael Bay once again led the attack, and the defenders were once again led by that Ibexman. The Ibexmen outmatched Michael Bay once more. I guess he's just a better director. The dwarves clashed with 7 goblins. And they clashed with 4 more. They just can't win, though. Like, what have they got on us? I could tell them to pillage, but pillaging would make them keep fighting instead of retreating when they get caught. So that is a bigger risk. I think we say fuck it. What do you think, chat? Let's pillage it. He's just got to grab a snacky first. So we got 2 hen egg roasts. He's got 2 omelets and dwarven wine. It's made with minced raw cuttlefish, goose egg, and hen egg. And hen egg. Okay, what year did the... Because to me, like, YOLO stopped being a going thing that people said and purely became a thing that people only said ironically from time to time when the Lonely Island song came out. When did the Lonely Island song come out? Because that was pre-2020. All I'm saying is I don't think people have said YOLO in a while. It's certainly good advice, though, if you want to have interesting experiences in your life. Diabetic Stoner appears to be not the most committed militia member. But now he's got his stuff. He's gonna go put his armor back on and go do the fighting. $2013? That sounds about right, yeah? Now I start seeing edge of map shenanigans. What's happening? Oh, okay. So I'm slowly building a perimeter around the surface, around the map, because that'll let me construct stuff in the middle of the ocean and also make places that I could cave in easily to make drains. I'm also making one in the center right here with the goal of collapsing in and I guess with the goal of getting it to right here. So we've got a ways to go right here. Because then I can cave this in and put a drain kind of not in the middle, but close-ish to the middle of the ocean, which will drain the ocean out of there, which I can open and close with this lever. And the idea here being that I need to make some green glass terrarium. With the idea here being that, theoretically, animals that are in the vicinity, such as these giant octopuses that are agitated, could get sucked in there and pulled into cage traps. But I don't know. I'm mostly just testing it to see if it'll work. I'm trying different strategies that I think might allow me to catch bigger cat creatures in cages. But I have no idea how effective or efficient or if they'll even work. No, because you signed up for the military, so thus you have to remain in the military to complete your duty. You chose this. It's not my fault. If you want to quit the military, you have to inform your militia commander and request being relieved from your duties, which you clearly didn't do because they're all leaving and you were standing around fishing. I mean, that would be lovely, Iron Phoenix. Dude, if a sea monster showed up, I'd be so fucking stoked. Making a fortress that's locked into bronze tools and armor? I mean, since you last played before the siege updates, I would actually advise that you don't go into a new fortress with a limitation challenge like that, because this game got a lot harder when it comes to just fighting in the siege update. So I would just maybe build a fortress that's focused primarily on just sieges in general. But maybe that's just me. That would be my advice. But you do you, man. Just remember that every major fortress that I've done that's focused on fighting, I've been destroyed. Or more or less conceded, because I would be destroyed. You'll have fun? Certainly. And also, you might want to turn up minerals to higher numbers than I used to play at. Because you will run out of minerals. And you will run out of metals when fighting against the goblin hordes if you take them on at full force. When you get angry, it seems, you get more verbose and you use more smile and metaphor. What are you angry? What happened? Or are you just saying in general? I feel like when I'm annoyed with somebody in my comment section, I always wish them have a wonderful weekend or have a great day or thanks for the comments and smiley face heart. Mostly because then I come back the next day and then I have just an all caps response to them cursing at me and I'm like, I won. Is usually how I feel. Like, I had somebody call me, a bunch of insults, and then accuse me of insults. And then, like, I wished them a wonderful weekend and told them that I was very happy that they kept leaving comments on my video. And then they responded with, keep it up and I'll bot your, like, metrics. And I'm like, okay. An honest alcoholic dwarf. So, would you like a beard or no beard? Nesha Chesterfield. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. We can pause it. Stone speaks in an accent. I wouldn't worry about it too much. One sparse. Beard should do just fine. It's kind of a long name. Your last name is Crafted Glowed, if you want to look yourself up in Legends. He is bashful and lives at a high energy kinetic pace. He can handle stress and doesn't focus on material goods. He enjoys the company of others and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is a friendly individual and he likes to brawl. He has little interest in joking around and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tends to be a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things, and he tends to hang on to grievances. Also, the squad's back, so I need to check on how they did. And he likes a little excitement now and then, and he laughs very loudly when he's surprised, and whenever there is a pause in conversation, he starts to mutter under his breath, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He personally values cunning and doesn't really see the point of working hard. He likes native silver and lead and yellow jasper, as well as hemp fabric, and the color brown. You know, he likes brown, it's his favorite color, and he likes the words. He likes yellow paper, hemp fabric, the color brown, spears, mules, and for their stubbornness, and the words of the page of crystal, and when possible prefers to consume merlin, lungfish, and pomegranate wine, and hates hamsters. We saw merlin, actually, in this fort already. It's one of the ocean creatures we've seen. He has a broad body made broader still. He has a broad body with little fat and a very long beard, which is braided, and his very long sideburns are braided. The Tandoren is the god of your choice, and you're a member of the Turquoise Fellowship. Of course, a member of the North Guilds, and you're an expert Marksdorf. You were very recently euphoric due to inebriation, and you said that you need some excitement in your life. Well, let's see how this fight went. We went and pillaged them this time. What's up, Skill? How did I choose the name Blind? Well, I'm not blonde, for one thing. I was until I was about 4 years old, and then my hair went brown. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye barely works. It started off as self-deprecating humor, and it's stuck. The North Guilds attacked the speechlessness of lulling in the unknown civilization. The dwarf Kickroast led the attack, and the defenders were led by the ibex shaman Rufa, Drain Rasp. Michael Bay, Kickroast, his tactical planning was superior to the ibex men. And the shaman, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage. In the early winter of 203, the Earthen Torments, led by Michael Bay, clashed with 7 goblins, slaying 1. Well, we're making progress. Slow progress, but progress. The Earthen Torments, led by Michael Bay, clashed with 4 goblins, and then they left. They killed 1 goblin. Doesn't it have restrictions? Did I not put restrictions on it? No. I thought I did. Maybe I just did on the rules. Thanks for testing that. Appreciate it. You might be able to post it there anyway, Stone, so... Did I do that correctly with the rules room? I did set it up at like 11 o'clock last night, so... Although, actually... Should be able to read message history. And add reactions. Go into Inkwell. The Inkwell. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Should be fixed. How was the stream? What were you up to today? And for this, it's time to continue pillaging. You're making green glass terrariums. Wouldn't it be grand to just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? I mean, he's killed one cheetah. How's his combat skills? He's a skilled tactician now and an adequate ambusher. See, he's getting better. He's getting better. What's up, Tim Graham? As well. It's got a ways to go. It's got a ways to go. But they'll get there. They're getting there. Getting closer. But I hope the stream was good. To those of you coming in from the raid, my name's Greg. I stream too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes chat lets me play other games. That's a giant octopus. Found a whale yet? Just a giant octopus, which is just as rare, to be fair. We've also seen some sharks. We've also seen some opas, O-P-A-H, which is like a giant dollar fish, basically, or giant angelfish. And we've also seen a giant squid, gigantic squid specifically. And yeah. 2 seconds, chat. I will be right back. Enjoy the octopus. Oi. Surprise Octodad? Is it a male octopus? Yeah, it is. It's gonna die of old age pretty soon, probably. Did they already return? Yeah, they did. Let's see how this one went. Their tactical planning was superior again. Man. Michael Bay, you are failing me here. At least none of them are dying now. But he ain't learning fast enough. Get back at it. You should really go upgrade your gear first, dude. Unless you're just too cool to do that. I guess he is. He likes big explosions and all. Yeah, but like, he's getting better, but I guess so's the baddie. Certainly not like an optimal situation at the minute. We get those last few bedrooms done. Making new clothing. Okay, all of these are filled with green glass terrariums. And it seems like they are collecting boulders from as far away as they possibly can be down here. How close are we? Still a ways. Still a ways. You'll be praying for the fort's success. Me too. Me too, man. What's the name of the shaman ibexman? I doubt that he'll have much, but... Oh, no, that's one of the successful ones we had. Drain Rasp is the last name. The shaman don't usually have that much in the way of history, right? Because they're like mostly a adventure mode feature. They don't do a ton usually. Although I really miss, it was a bug, but when they added the shaman and the mysterious dungeons and the mysterious palaces and the mysterious lairs, there was a legitimate problem because they're not the most stealthy locations where all the kobolds would just steal all of the magical items from them before like you would even get there. So like Legends, like World Gen would play out and you'd get into adventure mode and you'd be sent on a quest to go retrieve this specific item from like a mysterious palace, but it would never be there because it was always stolen by some kobold like 100 years ago. Feel the uniform screen shows it as yellow and the 3 dots, but they never put it on. Do you set them at, well, they're not here right now. Do you set them as like no orders or training or on duty? What kind of place is Tangled Mind? It's a mysterious dungeon, so it's an adventure mode feature area. But it's raidable from fort mode, and I'm just mostly using it as a training object because it's low population and not part of a bigger faction that will make me regret my decisions. So yeah, it's a mysterious dungeon. We are hoping to get a little bit more out of that. I'm going to give these dwarves a little bit of head coverings so they're not getting rained on all the time, because it is raining kind of a lot. So if I put a little roof up here, that'll get them rained on less and they'll be less annoyed. Most of my most pissed off dwarves are these ones out here fishing. Also, we're out of drink again. Gwumble. Oh. We're out of empty food storage items. How many sandbags do I have? Quite a few. Green glass pot. 50. Let's just do 50 of those. I'll probably run out of sand, but there's collect sand tasks, so it's fine. Because right now, all of the pots are filled with squid. And we likely have plenty. Of fish. I'm gonna need to sell some of these fish, I think. This is likely something that we're gonna have to do. A lot of seafood in this place. Once demanded surrender on Occupy, and I had emptied it earlier with an adventurer, and they succumbed, and then I went there with your adventurer to find out that the dwarves to use to occupy it were actually there. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you occupy, like... What's really fun is if the goblins occupy one of your old forts, and then you take them over with a new fort, and then reclaim it, it'll be whatever dwarves you left there, and like 150 goblins that are playable and members of your civilization. It's pretty hard to pull off, but if you can pull it off, it's neat. That'll take a little bit, but it'll look nice. But yeah, when it comes to getting your dwarves to put on gear, just make sure that they're actually set to wear it. Like setting them to no orders or forcing them to go train. They'll go pick up their equipment. Although they won't ever put on shoes. If you have it set up the way I currently do, which is the defaults. The reason they won't put on shoes is because they can't wear shoes and shoes. So what you need to do is you need to go into the details screen, click this button, uniform wear over clothing, make a new name for it and save it, and then assign that to your squad. And then they'll wear shoes, but you need to make sure that they have full sets of armor, otherwise they'll get really pissed off running around with no pants on or something. Oh, also I should chuck a couple beds into here so that they sleep in the barracks while on duty. And then up here, they'll sleep in there. That's not a bug, though, Kage. You can't say it's fixing a bug because it's a design decision. That's an intentional thing. So a bug is an unintended consequence that's not supposed to be happening. That is an intended consequence that you don't like. That doesn't make it a bug. Pillage, Tangle Mind. Once again, Michael Bay's tactical planning this time was superior, but the defenders still had a slight positional advantage. Man, they're pretty evenly matched. I get a little bit nippy, Kage, when I see people calling stuff a bug that is like just a well-known, chosen form of design. It's like just because you think it's finicky or don't like it doesn't make it a bug. I feel like the actual development of this game would be much smoother if people didn't presume that everything was a bug. They clashed with a bunch of goblins. Did they slay any of them? They slayed 3. Okay. They're pushing through. The defenders had a strong positional advantage in the after they pulled back a little bit and then clashed with 2 more goblins. Didn't kill them, though. Let's get back at it. But no, I mean, if you just simply set up your uniforms correctly, then it'll work as it's intended. But what's kind of fun, Bone Doll, is there is a bug in the game right now, which is if a faction is completely unaware of your faction and your dwarves in general, and I'll also just make some wood barrels and some rock pots. But if a faction is completely unaware of your faction and you tell your dwarves to go attack them, or rather, demand surrender and occupy. Not even just attacking them, like just go out there and demand surrender and occupy. There is a very high chance that they will just surrender because they have no way of checking how strong your army is. So they just presume that it's very strong because you're attacking them and immediately surrender. I genuinely love that feature, even though it is completely a bug and kind of busted. I think it's awesome that they do that. I think it's very funny. What can our dwarves find there? Magical weapons with magical powers attached to them, which they may be able to use if we're lucky. But mostly just some XP and they're close by. So I'm training the squad leader on ambushing and tactics, which is what makes them better at sneaking into higher threat places and actually acquiring items from them. So that's what I'm actually getting is easy training, mostly. It's like bullying a bunch of kobolds. It's like, well, why are you doing it? What do you get from it? Well, nothing of value. It's just easy training. But I had a staff that caused pain once, which my militia commander kept using. And I assigned it to him manually, and he was able to successfully cause pain on enemies, which is actually a pretty powerful ability. Causing enemies to flinch and wince in pain by snapping your fingers or pointing in their general direction. Quite a strong power to have in combat in Dwarf Fort. Some of them are yet less useful, but some of them are more useful. You clipped that? Yeah, there you go. It was actually the vampire fortress where I managed to take over one of my own locations that was occupied by goblins. Kick roast. The defenders were led by the shaman. Okay. Michael Bay outmatched. Oh, sorry. The Ibex men shaman outmatched Michael Bay with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage again. Clash with 3 goblins, clash with 2 goblins. Maybe I should let them train for a minute. Clash with 3 goblins, clash with 2 goblins. They're not killing them, they're just fighting with them. I'm gonna let them just train for a wee bit. Saw the screen and thought we were back to more world gen? No? Why would we be? Also, would that be a bad thing? What's wrong with world gen, man? What? Oh, it swam into an area I couldn't see for a minute. That was weird. Look at this cool octopode. Octopopulus. Octopoogles. You just associate the overworld map with it now? There's areas that I can't see in the ocean. I don't like that. How do you get the FPS counter in the bottom left? I think it's in the game settings. So go to game. Show frames per second. Yes. Dino. We keep catching squids, so while we may not be feasting on octopi, we do in fact have squids. You're making us some rock pots. There we go, that's what we need. Brewing more drinks from plants. Brewing more drinks from fruit as well while we're at it. Getting some variety up in here. I love the look of the encrusted mugs. Like, that is a wooden cup. That is awesome looking. Like, look at that. Look at that little cup. I mean, it is obviously, you know, encrusted with masterfully worked tapered baguette cut white chalistonies by Romanoid. But yeah, that's it. The goal is pretty simple. I mean, we are just trying to build a fish fortress, fish catching fortress, if you will. I'm just gonna plug. I think I also need to make more rock mechanisms. Do I have any adversaries or anything? I mean, my faction's at war with people. We're currently, like, attacking a local spot to try and train up my military a little bit, but we've only got 80 dwarves. We're not that close to any goblins. Is that the only thing you value in this game? Because it's one of the least interesting things about Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion. I mean, I take part in combat in almost every fort, because it's part of the game, but, like, it's not the... It's almost never the reason to play this game. Why? Just trying to understand the world? Well, that's what Legends is for, right? But, I mean, mostly the adversaries is these agitated octopuses. There's 2 of them. We've also had some sharks. We've had some giant squids. And we've had some... Basically, we're playing Pokemon. We're trying to collect the funny animals from the water. That's what we're doing. You know what they should do, Jetpack? Not to, like, Fortress mode, but, like, in Adventure mode, they should actually add, like... You know how, combat... I assume you know how combat works in Adventure mode with all of the time that you spend playing this game. They should add, like, VATs for fishing. Like, if you have, like, a fishing pike or something, you should be able to, like, stand on the edge of the water and, like, hold your pike up and then, like, target the middle of the body and then go... Psst. Reading through all the injury details after the battle. Yeah, I mean, there's other games with similar systems that are as, like, in-depth, but it really is a neat one. I really like how the different weights affect different parts of the body when smacked really hard with a blunt object. And the fact that literally anything you can hold in your hands can be used as a weapon. Okay, so you're adequate and talented. Never even opened adventure mode? Well, then how do you know how the combat in Dwarf Fortress works? I mean, you know how I give people, like, responses to, like, what weapon should I use with this material? Literally all of that knowledge comes from playing the combat in adventure mode. It's almost like you've played 400 hours of game, but you've only ever played half of it. That's kind of crazy. We're going to try and conquer and occupy this place. No, we're going to try and destroy it. Let's just try and destroy it. Go get him, Dwarfers. Good luck. Wish the squad luck, chat. Salute! I don't know why Diabetic Stoner's refusing to bring his spear with, but maybe he's just that cool. You haven't gotten around to it? It is like a third of the game. And this dwarf, Sideliwick, wants to practice martial art. But is too busy conducting meetings. I should take you off of fishing, though, so you have more time to do other things. Snail's a wee bit dizzy. Had to conduct a meeting in his bedroom? He was accepting remembering having to conduct an official meeting in a bedroom. That's funny. See, Letteran gets it. Beer for luck, indeed. Also, it's good to see you, by the way, Mass Maras. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded stream. I try to keep the sponsored segments out of the stream. And if you want to help me do that, you can do that by subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. And if you want to see me continue to fund this stream like that, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, think about me. I wouldn't be able to do it if I wouldn't be able to do this as much as I do as a full-time gig if it wasn't for people subscribing here on Twitch and supporting the channel. That's all I got to say. Thanks for hanging out, chat. Appreciate you guys. Speaking of, thanks for the Prime.
Thanks for the stream.
You're welcome, man. Thanks for the 22 months. Round of beers for the 22 months, please. Or don't. I mean, I don't know. I'm not your dad. Anyway, it's time to pause the game because we're in an ad break. The dwarves get happy moods from holding from the gem-encrusted goblet. That I don't know about just using it. I know that if they see it, I wonder, you know, maybe using it to drink out of might be I wonder if that would, like, count as putting on an exceptional item. I kind of doubt it. I don't know, actually. Well, obviously, I'm a time traveler, Ledoran, if you didn't know. I have, in fact, had the power of time travel since, I don't know, 6 weeks ago. Not that it would matter. I've created several paradoxes and, like, unexisted myself a few times. It's pretty bad. I don't recommend it. The amount of plutonium I've had to find for this goddamn time machine and the amount of, like, main streets and downtowns that have been vaporized because I don't know how to drive a car, it's pretty bad, man. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, you could subscribe to twitch.tv/blindrill to avoid them. Jesus. I don't really have a choice. So, anyways, hi. They're not my ads. They're Twitch's ads. Don't you pin this on me. How dare. I have no choice of what Twitch decides to show you. I wish I did. But I don't. I do, however, have the ability to say, "How you doing, motherfuckers?" I don't know why I chose to say that, but that's what I chose to say at that moment. Also, out of my own stupidity, I'm going to reassign this as salt rock, because rock salt, because I would like it to be the same color. We're almost there. Almost there. Plant gatherers, planters, everybody does this. I feel like they should be planting that, shouldn't they? Whoa!
Ledoran cheered. X1000.
So Gigmoth wants me to name a dwarf Gimli, and Ledoran gave me $10. Check, and I get a round of beers for Ledoran, helping keep the channel funded, so that some of you don't have to. Gimli has a beard. Gimli has an axe. So Gimli. It's least creative dwarf name since Urist. But, by no law in particular, I shall give you your Gimli. He feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he is given to flights of fancy. To the point of distraction. He is a pessimist, and he likes to take it easy. He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he has a calm demeanor. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this. Since he dislikes the natural world, he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and tends to be a bit wasteful when working on projects. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Values self-control and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes bismuth, lead, yellow jasper, mahogany wood, red-winged blackbird bone, as well as rope reed fabric. The colors spring green, quivers, cages, guinea fowls for their social nature, and the sound of the inky tummies, and the sight of the aquamarine roughness. When possible, he prefers to consume fire imp, he likes them spicy, and cave lobster and peach cider. What the fuck happened to my voice just now? And absolutely hates lizards. My voice cracked. You have a pet goose and a pet nanny goot. And that's pretty much it. I mean, if you want to look yourself up, your free channel. Is the Hoff still alive? Hasselhoff? Unfortunately, the stupid named Hasselhoff is very much still alive, still married to diabetic stoner, who is currently off map fighting with something. David Hasselhoofers is still alive, though. Fishing. It takes time, Jesse Spy. It is really one of those games that you have to put time into and stick with. Like, I struggled with this game on and off for years before I got into it properly. So, I get you. I think it is kind of like part of the process of learning this game is bouncing off of it once or twice. You feel like you're missing something? How so? What do you feel like you're missing? You're also scared of the update? Which one? Why? The combat update? Just turn the sieges off. Literally hit escape, go settings, go difficulty, and turn off enemies. If you don't want to be sieged. Or turn off like their ability to dig or something. They have returned. My attempt to raise the enemy. Michael Bay led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Ibexman Shaman, Rufa, Drain Rasp. Once again, the Ibexman Shaman outmatched Michael Bay with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. I feel like we just outnumber them at this point. No! Diabetic Stoner was struck down. Lycott was also struck down. We failed. How do you turn off mining? Escape, difficulty, custom, scroll down. Invaders can break constructed walls. Invaders can dig natural walls. Invaders can build floors and stairs. Invaders can free creatures from cages. You can turn those off individually. Or simply go to difficulty and custom. All of the settings that you want are in there. The Hoff is now a widow. Maybe the Hoff needs vengeance. They're just going to keep raiding. Like, yes, with less dwarves now. But they're going to keep raiding. Oh, don't worry, I won't. I won't. You can change those settings at any time, at any point, even during an enemy siege. Although I don't know if it'll affect the siege that's currently attacking you if you turn that off. But those can be changed at any time, whenever. And it will just... You can enable it, you can disable it. Turn off enemies for 100 years, build a huge mega fortress, turn on enemies, defend the huge mega fortress. I don't know. The world's your oyster, so enjoy the seafood. Yep. I mean, why would I not lose their gear? That's one of the risks with sending people off map. That's why the fortress is called Squidward, yes. Corey Fancy Pants. But no, I will say that, like, one of the most important things to remember about this game, Jesse Spy, is do not feel like you're not allowed to turn down the difficulty, especially when it comes to the most recently added siege stuff, for one very particular reason. And that's, You need to remember, I learned to play this game with very different sieges that were much easier. Most people watching right now learned to play this game with very different sieges that are much easier. And I do not think that it should be mandatory for you to learn to play this game with different siege mechanics than we did. Like, if you want to turn stuff down or mitigate that learning curve, go ahead, because that is, like, one of the most important things that you could possibly do. Yep, that would be why they're meditating on death. Because they worship Nar, the god of death. Man, still not quite far enough. You're constructing this. Is miners not doing what they do? Okay. What are they doing then? Do they have access to the place that you're telling them to mine? Have you specialized them in mining, or do you have just anybody mining? Have you tried using priorities to make mining more do now-ish? Because 4, they'll do other jobs first, but if you set it to 2 or 1 by clicking this little arrow, you can get higher priority. Have you hit Y on your keyboard and looked to see if you have miners assigned? Do they have pickaxes? If they don't have pickaxes, they can't mine. Over everything else, fishing is a long-term task that they can't cancel if there's a place where they are fishing. Are they addicted hopelessly to fishing? No. It's simply a longer-term task that can't be canceled. Similar to picking up equipment if you're in the military. If they're in the military and the military is active and there is equipment available that they need, they cannot cancel that job unless you remove them from the military. Why is the miner gathering spelt? Because you've allowed him to gather spelt. So remove them from gathering. Specialize your gatherers. Like, go to, like, the farming section and the plant, what is it? The plant harvesting or whatever it's called? Under the default options, and remove the miners from them, or specialize it so only specific dwarves do those tasks. The Ibex-Men Shaman was superior still, but they did clash with 2 goblins and slayed one of them. Michael Bay clashed with 3 goblins, and yet another dwarf. This time was Kib, was struck down. Michael Bay is becoming exasperated and rolls out one more time. I don't know why I'm still hammering dwarves against this. I'm setting up a Marksdorf squad real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Shaman is a rough battle. It seems like it. But Michael Bay might not be superior. But I hope he'll succeed as his squad gets smaller. It really is spooky. And I did place that statue. It's a superiorly designed image of Semtexagon, the dwarf, and doubts about the village, the Andesite-bound codex. Sem is raising doubts about the village. The artwork relates to the looting of doubts about the village by Sem in the late summer of 202. It is encrusted with bands of rectangular white chalcedony cabochons. Why is that a terrible idea, Jesse? I don't think you could get many islands to generate that are that small. But I don't, that's just an idea. I mean, I've built forts that are on things like archipelagos before. I don't know what you mean then, in regards to the randomizer. I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, an archipelago is a series of islands, which might be hard to get to, but, like, that doesn't mean it's a bad idea. It just means it might be hard to get to. Let's see how this fight against the shaman went. Once again, Michael Bay led the attack. But this time the tactical planning was superior, but the defenders still had a slight positional advantage. This is such an evenly fought battle. Michael Bay, leading his squad, clashed with a single goblin, slaying him. It seems that Seth and dueled with the shaman, but escaped. Michael Bay clashed with 3 goblins, slaying 2. And then they came back. So they killed 3 goblins, got away from the shaman, and came back. I really want to kill this shaman. I think this shaman deserves death. So I'm going to send the squaddies back out. Get to it, Dwarf. I'm just going to state what I said again. I don't think that that's a thing that exists in Dwarf Fortress, more or less. So I'm not sure how that's relevant, but I do, in fact, have absolutely no idea really what you're talking about. Even with that knowledge, like, that, okay. What does that mean? He's probably just quite skilled in combat. Do those kills actually count? Why wouldn't they? I can't tell you right now until they come back, but the dwarves that are getting the kills, they do pop up in their kill counts. That's usually how you get dwarves with legendary titles, like dwarves whose names just get longer suddenly. It's because they've killed more than 5 off-site named units. But yeah, they count. I mean, Michael Bay had killed a cheetah. That didn't happen in my fort. That happened in that location. How do the battles and the raids work exactly? It's a series of dice rolls and 1v1s. It's not the most advanced mechanic. It's one of those, like, it's kind of there for flavor to allow you to do something. But maybe one day it'll get some mechanical upgrades, and that would be exciting. That'll be a day that I look forward to be honest. We're going to go get a drink. Wow, they already returned. That was fast. Because 5-year worlds will be very boring and there won't be much going on. It's yelling at you because that's not a very interesting way to play the game. You really need to give the game like 100 years for anything interesting to be happening, because a lot of mechanics and things that make the world interesting and functional and varied can't happen once World Gen stops, such as different sites being created outside of the ones that the player makes and lesser sites, so non-major locations. So if you want to have an interesting world with stuff happening in it, you don't want to play a 5-year world. It's warning you because that's not a very interesting way to play the game. We attack them again. It's less than a day away, which is why they return so quickly. Michael Bay's tactical planning was... the Ibex man was superior to Michael Bay this time. They're just like coin flipping, man. Michael Bay clashed with a single goblin, didn't kill it. Here, I'll show you what I mean. So Michael Bay, under his kills, he's killed a cheetah. Seth over here has killed a goblin. So yeah, they count. Nope. I mean, that's something in Dwarf that has needed to be worked on in Dwarf Fortress as long as I've played this game. Generally, like, if there's a warning, you should read it and it probably matters. Because there are parts of this game that people expect to work in a way because other games do that Dwarf Fortress just doesn't do, that it's maybe good to be aware of. I need to make more quivers and crossbows. Iron crossbow, let's just make 5 of them. And leather quiver. Like, half the time when I talk to people who are upset with something in this game, it's because they're trying to do something that you can do in games that are similar and just didn't read the tooltip that says that, no, that doesn't work that way. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game about unlearning everything you've learned from every other game that's similar to it. How are we doing on cloth at the minute? Quite well, actually. Let's do cloth cloaks. Let's do cloth cloaks. 80 of them. I mean, it does. It just doesn't make major sites. Zakaluka. So, hillixes, small towns, and temple? I know forts can appear. But it can't make necromancer towers, cities, or mountain homes, or fortresses, or notable goblin sites. And the reason for that is the code for World Gen hasn't really changed since about 2011 and needs a complete ground-up rewrite, which is supposed to happen or start happening at some point this year because the RAWs are being worked on by Putnam right now. So I guess it's already happening. It's just something that's being done behind the scenes. Not to be weird, but isn't that literally every strategy game? Wishcraft? 4-2U? Like, that's RimWorld, that's every Paradox game, that's, like, Civilization, that's, like, any larger scale strategy game. Then maybe it's time to take a break, Wishcraft. I don't know what else to tell you, really. I mean, if you come in here and you ask me about something specific, I can try and help you. But if all you have is I'm frustrated, then take a break, drink some water. Maybe look up a tutorial for what you were trying to do, because there's probably a way to do it. But this is not a game that one learns quickly the first time they play it. You're not going to grasp everything in the first 10 hours. You're going to run into shit that's going to make you go, huh? And that's part of the fun of it. I mean, I'm not saying it's... Like, there's many elements that make Dwarf Fortress kind of a shit video game. Wishcraft. But it's different, which is why it's interesting. And you say that it does stuff pointlessly. Sure. I call that flavor, right? Like, it's a game about role-playing with yourself. It's a game about, like, looking at the information that the game gives you and creating a narrative based on that information. It's not necessarily a game about mechanical consistency with other competing games or other similar games. It's a game about watching things happen and poking the anthill, you know? Like, sometimes in Noida, you're just gonna die because a spark came off of a thing that you fired, and you made that thing and fired it, and it made a big explosion, and that was funny, and then you laugh at yourself dying. Dwarf Fortress is kind of the proto version of that, where half of the fun of the game is watching shit break and being entertained by it. If you try to play it as like a micromanagey strategy game, you'll drive yourself insane. I would actually say Dwarf Fortress is harder than it was 6 months ago. Devilish, just because of the siege updates, but... I have no idea what you're talking about, Sim. But that is a good username. Oh, just in the game that you're playing? Gotcha. I miss sweet sparkle farts sometimes. This dwarf is moving, believe it or not. It's just a long walk. My god. What a trek. Well, like as an example, Jetpack, like people asking me, why are all my dwarves looking to the left? It's like, well, because you don't have a meeting zone and they're stuck in combat with a giant bird. But like, how do you know to figure that out? Unless you know that, one, you need to make a meeting zone, and two, they can get attacked by giant birds. Like, there's a lot of things that this game just kind of expects you to intuit that are not intuitive. We actually got a spoils report, so I think we've finally beaten them, chat. But was it worth the loss? I don't know. We lost a very important dwarf from history. Michael Bay outmatched the Ibex man, Drain Rasp, with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Ibex man Shaman clashed with... Okay, they lost a finger. Second finger on their right hand was smashed by a dwarf. The Ibexman Shaman was struck down by the dwarf Asmil. I think Asmil needs a nickname. Spin Basements. Michael Bay clashed with a single goblin, slaying them. And we were able to get an Elder Lightning Earring, which was looted, as well as some various loots. We got 2 gloves, a copper short sword, a large red diamond, and a bismuth bronze cage. So this is an Elder Lightning Earring. An Elder Lightning Earring is difficult to look at, as the game says. And that means that we have a magical item that can blind anybody. I'm gonna give that to my mayor. Beautiful. After you're done conducting a meeting, I presume. I mean, even the Siege update isn't that bad, but the game is definitely harder now than it was. Mayor just goes and takes a nap instead. But if I actually jump to Sem here, see he killed a cheetah. If I go to Asmil, this dwarf. Rufa, Drain Rasp, the Ibexmen Shaman of Change. See? I mean, IQ tests are kind of bullshit, so maybe it helps if it makes you feel like you're smarter, if you have that. Otherwise, what does that even mean anyway? Children can play this game and could play it when it was like more obtuse than it is now, back in the old days. So I think you just need a little bit of patience and a willingness and interest to learn it. It does almost nothing. It just makes them not able to see anymore. But in Fortress mode, it's almost like, it makes it very easy to stealth around them. Basically, like if a dwarf is blinded, they won't see a were creature walking up behind them. They'll just die to the were creature. No more, no less. Tive? I'm trying to figure out how to like translate IQ to like important questions. You do have to ask like 120 plus important questions. Probably. Snake, are you in an ad right now? because there's an ad break running, and I just got a question. So I'm just trying to figure out. You think you read that before the Siege update? Yeah, literally go into any creature's like files in game, and you can add building destroyer levels to them. Absolutely, it's surfaced in the raws, super easy to mod. Proxy in YouTube chat. I'm assuming they're in an ad because the ad's just started. Started before I did then. Later on. I was still playing League of Legends, so my IQ was definitely lower than 120 when I started playing Dwarf. Well, I mean, they won't all be blind. Only dwarves that get into a fight with the dwarf that equips this item. It's mostly a ceremonial piece, though. I doubt they'll even use it. They usually don't. It's also not the most useful one. It's just kind of cool to have. I regret playing other games. Spooky. I do. There's a few games I've streamed I regret playing. How to assign a wearable artifact. Hit N on your keyboard. Click on the little crown. And it doesn't need to be an artifact. Like David Hasselhoff here. I'm going to make David Hasselhoff run around with this large red diamond. Currently, David Hasselhoff is harvesting some plants, but once she's done harvesting her hemp, she then runs off to go pick up equipment. And large red diamond. Did she drop it? Weird. Unless she canceled it. Did she? Oh, I see. She canceled picking it up. I don't know why, but she did. She decided to go harvest plants instead. Finish picking up the thing. Okay, now you need a drink. All right then, dwarf. Fine. Dwarf Fortress is a game about seeing imperfections in things and admiring its beauty. It's a game about developing a narrative in your head while watching a sandbox in front of you. It's got more in common with God games of old than the modern colony builders that claim that they're inspired by it. It's a very unique game. There's not a lot of things out there like it, and honestly, that's why I like it so much, is because there just ain't much else out there like it. It's not a game for everybody, which, I don't know, will bum me out for the rest of my life, I guess. And that's just it. That's just life. Oh, trust me, that was a thing that was added alongside of Premium Snake, and it took me, I don't know, a good 6 months of playing Premium to realize that you could do that. Somebody in chat was like, yeah, I assigned all this to my noble. I was like, how the fuck did you do that? So, it took me a while to figure it out, too. Black and White, and I acknowledge that this is a bad take, is a fucking trash game. It was horribly balanced. Most of the features that it advertised didn't work. I think it, like, there's one of the funniest groups of people on the internet to me are people who hate No Man's Sky for being an unfinished, overpromised mess, and then talk about how they have nostalgia for Black and White, which is a broken, unfinished mess that never actually got finished, unlike No Man's Sky, which largely did. Orange, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Actually look into what was promised for 1. Neither 1 nor 2 lived up to expectations or had half of the features that were promised. It's all rose-tinted glasses. Is it a classic? Absolutely. I think people hold it on a higher pedestal than it deserves. It's an important game, but it's a very flawed game. Just like Dwarf, you know? It's important, but it's flawed. And we don't have boats yet. I mean, Tarn started talking about re-implementing guilds back in 2009, and we got them in 2019. I mean, yeah. I mean, that doesn't make you a weirdo. It just makes you a stoner, probably. Daggett. One of my favorite subreddits related to No Man's Sky is No Man's High. It's just it was like the first month that like No Man's Sky was out, and most people were just pissed off at it because it wasn't everything that it was promised. What? Hello Games? Possibly, I don't know. Wait, you mean Peter Molyneux? The Something of Albion? Masters of Albion? If I knew that off the dome, I'm gonna be equal parts impressed with myself and mad at myself. Yeah, I was right. Holy shit. Oh my god. I was right. Yeah, this thing. I will play this. I don't expect much. Wow, it's out in April, apparently. 2 months. 2 months until a new game from the dude who overpromised and underdelivered Black and White. A bold reimagining of the god game genre from the creator who defined it. Revel in the freedom of true godhood. In Masters of Albion, there is no single solution. Only your solution. Okay. That's the sentence. Build whatever, wherever, hire whoever, whenever, kill or carry, crush or coax. I know that you can make sandwiches and put rats in them. I will play this. I will play this. I don't expect it to be good. I know that the one factoid that I do know about this game is that it was supposed to be an NFT project. And they're using the assets from the supposed NFT project to make an actual game because they released another NFT project that failed in long term but made a fuckload of money out the gate. And so they like have a bunch of money that they're just sitting on and are like, I keep waiting for like an AI disclosure to pop up here actually. Is the real thing that I keep staring at. But yeah, it's oh right, yeah, they made the trail. That was like kind of an okay phone game. Not a good game, but an interesting thing. Okay, Grandpa. No mold. I mean, I'm not that far off. I mean, not Ultima for me, but for me it's like Tetris, like Game Boy Tetris, probably. I don't know what my number 2 favorite game would be. I've played so many games that I like that I don't know. But number 1's Game Boy Tetris. Although it's kind of tied with Tetris Effect. You're not thinking of Goddess, are you? Jesus? I don't even know who that is. For whatever that's worth, Orange. Oh no, that was the first NFT project. That was the one that made a lot of money that failed after a while. Because there's all of those really, really good clips of Peter Molyneux sitting there and explaining why, like, the company's store and, like, what was it, Skrill is great. He's like, you get paid with money in the game, which you can then transfer out for real money. Like, trying to just explain why, like, company currency is a good thing. And it's so funny. At least I find it, like, morbidly funny. Maybe it's just my sense of humor, but... Oh, I'm not even positive what that is then. Orange. But that sucks. Super Metroid? Yeah, it's a good game. I don't know. I'm like, I don't really think of games like that. Because to me, they're all such different experiences that it's very difficult for me to just like point at one game. Like there's games that I've played a lot more than other games, but like That doesn't necessarily make them like a favorite. I do happen to really like Dwarf Fortress, which makes playing it a lot easy. But like, how would I even categorize Dwarf Fortress against like something, you know, along the lines of against Tetris? You know, like how would I even, how would those two even compete? They're just so different that like it's not really a fair contest, right? Is gypsum good? You can mill it down into plaster and use it to make casts. If you go into the stones menu, objects, places, labor, stones, you could look at it and enable it for normal stone use, because I don't think gypsum is enabled for regular stone use, is it? Yeah, it's for making plaster powder. I don't know. I've never played Mugenics. I kind of... this is nothing against that game, Spooky. I probably won't play it. Purely because I find McMullen's art, like, repulsive to the point where I actually find it difficult to play his games. Like, even though, like, I acknowledge mechanically they're generally very interesting, I will never forgive him for helping popularize the term roguelike as just every single difficult game that exists, because I don't actually think that any of his games are roguelikes, really. But at the same time, I find his art so repulsively disgusting that it makes me feel physically ill playing Binding of Isaac, and I don't think Mugenics would be much different. What's the writing like? Jetpack Tuxedo? I do think that the voice actor list for the cats meowing is actually really funny. It's kind of like Gremlins, where like you look at the people who voiced the Gremlins and you're like, wait, what the fuck? Who let you in that movie? I feel kind of similarly about Mugenics. I would say that there's probably a Mech Warrior game in my favorite games of all time. There's probably an XCOM. Most likely one of the old ones. There's probably a traditional roguelike in there. The name doesn't bother me at all. I mean, I get it. It's just it's like literally what the game is. It's like, it's a tactics game about breeding pets. Like, the name actually is very descriptive of what that game is. I don't know. I consider it like, what's the name of that game where you have to like make diseases and kill everybody? Like the game where you make bioweapons. I'm like blanking on the name of it now, but Plague Inc. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I feel similarly about Plague Inc. when it comes to icky thing that's bad that you do anyway because it's a video game. I remember being a little kid and being really disturbed watching a friend of mine at the time play Destroy All Humans. I don't know why. Like, I found that game like distressing for some odd reason as a little kid. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Salty. Like 2010 era Reddit comics? I mean, that is his sense of humor. I don't know. Like, those are mechanically very interesting games, but I always wish that they just had a different art style and tone to them, because the tone just kind of makes them difficult for me to enjoy. That being said, I fucking loved Super Meat Boy. So I guess, like, not all of his work, like, hits the same for me. So I don't know. I'm going to cave in the end of the center bridge to drain the ocean out to try and cage trap the octopodes. And the rest of them, I'm not totally sure. I'll figure that out when I get there. Yep, and they've returned. I tried to raise it first because there's still baddies there. Nope, we've already killed everything. They looted treasure. They rampaged throughout and destroyed it. We got 1 large black pyrope and 2 cotton shoes. I could send them again to try and get more stuff. This is just a exploratory adventure because we've destroyed it. I mean, nothing happened to them. I'm just saying words. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, and I'm running out of vocabulary to describe the 2 octopus. And just saying octopuses or octopi or octopodes is getting boring. It's the same reason I say sword when I'm saying the word sword a lot. Because sword, if you thought that I was crazy, well, I swore that I wouldn't say anything more crazy. JK, I didn't. But I say words. No one said that. You hear what you want to hear. Glass half empty. That's the reality. Nobody said that. Least of all me. I would never say such a thing. I octoplore you to agree with me here. Yes, cephalopods. Speaking of cephalopods, I wonder, I kind of doubt at this point, but there was a octopus in the Vancouver aquarium that Seth Rogen campaigned very heavily to name, and they named it Seth Rogen, spelled C-E-P-H. And that amuses the hell out of me. I've seen Seth Rogen once. I kind of doubt that Seth Rogen is still there, because Seth Rogen was like pre-pandemic, and it's been a while, but it's good times. Good old Seth. Is a door enough to keep a base safe? I don't know. Maybe. Just try it. Let me know how that goes. Maybe a artifact door, but regular door, pretty unlikely. Kerplunk. We're just gonna do furniture in this. Let's go up to here. Let them remove all the furniture that's up there. I may also smallify this down a little bit. Guess you're screwed then? Guess you are. I'm sure you'll figure out ways to be less screwed, though. You know, you have to lose a couple forts to tell some good tales. My advice to you, Jesse Spy, because you're clearly very, very new to this game, is focus on one thing with a fort. Figure that thing out, retire the fort, start a new fort, and focus on one other thing. If you try to learn everything all at once in this game, you will go insane. The first thing that I would advise that you learn is how to have a sufficient farming and food production industry. Don't worry about anything else. Turn off enemies, turn off whatever if you feel threatened or afraid. When you're done with that, retire the fortress and make a new one. And if you play as the same faction every time, the dwarves from the old one will show up at the new one. The next time, pick a different mechanic. Focus on that. Learn that. I can't magically snap my fingers and give you all of the knowledge. But I've made a lot of tutorials which might be able to help. And I think you know the answer to whether or not a door is enough to defend your fort. How do you get clay if your area doesn't have a clay layer? You import it. And they explored again, and they found nothing. So we've cleared that place out, meaning I can top off my squad, finally. I'm actually going to throw the mayor into that squad for a little bit, because that mayor wants to fight. Same with Ledoran. So I'm actually just going to get this squad training, so that this mayor can learn a little bit. get some of that martial training. I don't know if you guys are hearing all the sirens going by, but there's a bunch of them. Whoop, fire truck. And helm. Did I make helms? I think I did. No, I made those twice. Spears, greaves, breastplates, shields. They're coming to get you. Yeah, they are. You know what you did. You clearly did not subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL in the last 30 days with Twitch Prime. They wouldn't be coming to get you otherwise. That's this crazy power that I have. Mysterious silver-haired knowledge man. That's a new one for me. I've never been described as the mysterious silver-haired knowledge man. Makes me think that somebody should put me into their video game as like a shopkeeper. Or like the library guy. Like the keeper of tomes. Or like the guy that you give the book to in the RPG to get the XP boost. He teaches you one skill. And then laughs at you when you don't pay him enough money to teach him another, so that he can teach you another skill. Quest giver? Sure. Except my quests would all just be like, go beat up this guy at the bar that I don't like. And it's just like the idea is it teaches you how to, you know, settle a dispute. Or something. I could say less. Less. Are you happy? So every single video game ever made sounds unique. Zavi. No, I'd be like the shopkeeper from like Spelunky, or the shopkeeper from Crypt of the Necrodancer, who just like insta-gives you if you try to fight me. Unless you're like excessively overprepared, and you never are. Buddy, what are you doing? Oh, are you actually in conflict with something? Oh shit, you're actually in conflict with something. My poor mayor. I need to get some ranged dwarves up in here to go deal with these. I'm just gonna forbid this because that's what he's going for. Buddy. Just goes to take a nap. Honestly, it's a rough day, man. You know what's funny? He's the mayor of the town. He's got the nicest bedroom and the nicest office and like statues and everything. He's pissed off. Like he hates his life. And the main reason I can tell that he's pissed off is he keeps getting into arguments with people. Well, he got caught in a rain and he became more angry and learned to hate nature. I mean, okay. He was uneasy dwelling upon becoming a parent and learned to value peace. Was uneasy dwelling upon becoming a parent and learned to value peace. So he is very uneasy about being a parent. He hates being a parent. He keeps getting into arguments with people, and more recently has been outraged after having a meeting in a less than satisfactory setting and sleeping in a very poor bedroom. Although, I have since solved all those issues, but he's still outraged about it. So, like, his bedroom wasn't nice enough, his dining room wasn't nice enough, and his meeting room wasn't nice enough, and he's uneasy after being a parent. Peace my ass. You needy son of a twat. The fuck's wrong with you? Learn to value the things that you have, you gosh darn Nepo baby. Why they keep electing him mayor? Probably because he has the best speech skills. Or he's good at lying. No, literally he's just a professional counselor. Like, he has the best speech skills. Highest speech skills are how you get elected mayor. Charisma! But I do find a lot of the dwarves in this fort are actually complaining and arguing a lot, which I think is really funny. You don't need a mod to remove cave adaptation. You can just remove that from the Dwarves files if you really want. It takes one file that you need to edit, Gmod. Also, you could remove it with TFHack. So there's that. Like, if you really want to just get rid of cave adaptation, it is not even remotely difficult to just get rid of it. You can just turn it off. In fact, isn't it in the difficulty settings? Yeah, something you need to remove from the RAWs. Unless I'm going crazy. I'd swear that you could just, like, turn it off. I don't know. I really like cave sickness, so I never really look into it, but I know that you can disable it in the RAWs. Which usually means that you can, like, disable it just in the settings, but... Let me look at difficulty again. It's like if you want to be able to chop down more trees and not piss off the elves, you just turn those numbers up or down. It's just like you can, like, completely remove the amount of mandates they send at you. Eh. Keep your caves dwarves inside all the time and that is never an issue. Or just give them, like, one section that they have to walk outside in order to, like, get to their tavern. Like, the most successful, mostly below ground forts that I've had where I don't cause, like, cave sickness is just have, like, a bridge going from one area to another that exposes them to sunlight for a couple tiles. Like, it's actually extremely easy to maintain. Yeah, maybe they're just slowly bullying the mayor to insanity. Like, honestly, I think chat might be onto something. The dwarves are just plotting against the mayor. Yeah, no, it's just somebody in the YouTube chat is saying that they're surprised that there isn't a mod to remove cave adaptation. I'm like, one, there's probably like 5 dozen, but like, isn't it just a raw edit? Like, it's... So I had to go look. C'est la vie, Judas. Naming the dwarves after the celebrities is genuinely amusing. What, that, like, my militia captain is kind of a failed militia captain and who failed pretty dramatically to keep his own squads alive? It's truly distressing. Man, this poor dwarf. This poor dwarf. Well, you got to put on an exceptional item. Before getting yelled at by an unhappy citizen. Picked up a backpack. Feels empathy, getting yelled at by an unhappy citizen. We're in an ad break. I will pause. Even played with pathings, made normal cost much more so that the dwarves hug the statues as they walk by. Yeah, there you go. I see we have 2 squads now. Yeah, did you miss you dying, by the way? Diabetic stoner? I'm not sure if you were here when you died, but your dwarf is no longer with us, unfortunately. You got killed as part of those missions. I guess you trying to leave the military was a sign. You saw something. But you now get to meet your god. So that's good. Glory and death! As someone said once. Glory and death. As I just said twice. You went to the grocery store? Dad went off to the grocery store to get some more milk, and he never did come back. Gets yelled at by an unhappy citizen. Still trying to just get provisions. Man, this guy can't catch a break, can he? I mean, Hasselhoff is still around and alive. She's getting by. She doesn't handle pressure well, as she says. She really wants to pray, but, you know, she's harvesting barley, and she never did see you die, so I guess that's good. Honestly, I probably could have found it quicker than I did. But, yeah, no, we found a super deep map. This one currently has agitated octopus. 2 of them. Octopi, if you will. Me saying octopi just makes me want apple pie. 8 of them, to be specific. Look at all them fishes. It's great. But I'm trying to catch the octopuses up in here, so it's gonna be a bit of a challenge. You know? The agitated octopus? I listened to a band called Electric Octopus. They're pretty good. They're like a jam rock thing. Very low-key indie thing. I quite like them. They're pretty good. Let's give that a pull. Close that. Now we're just waiting on this to get hooked up. Honestly, octopus agitation is also pretty good. I'm also just gonna dig a bunch of this. Get a little bit more flow up in here. That's all closed, good. It's getting hooked up. How's that mayor doing? Okay. He got to satisfy his need to learn some combat skills. He wants to practice a martial art. Well, at least you can stop being frustrated on that now. The armorer, Nesha Chesterfield, has been possessed. I mean, the mayor here is, you know, still having to run off and get cried on by people in charge, but hopefully we'll get slightly happier. Down here, Nesha is claiming stuff. Gold bars. Ooh. Are we gonna get a gold piece of armor? Ooh. What are you grabbing? Please be a gold shield. That would be awesome. I would love a gold shield. Any bets on what that dwarf makes, chat? I'm on Team Gold Shield. I mean, they are a armor smith, so it'd be very weird. They would have to be a metal smith as a crafter to do anything else. So they've got cloth, yep. Bones, yep. Raw green glass, okay. Tree, okay. Wood. Rough color. Bars metal, I got that. Bones, yep. Cloth. So then they need more bones. Let's butcher a hen. High boots could be possible, yeah. Name the octopus lesser kraken. It's literally got less than a year to live, but if you insist on throwing your points away, I shall oblige it, I suppose. Never feels tempted to overindulge in anything, sometimes is cruel, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. He can sometimes act without deliberation. He's comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and doesn't often feel envious of others. He isn't particularly curious about the world and thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He has a greedy streak and he is quite polite. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and sometimes can act with little determination and confidence. There you go. Let's see if that's strange mood is satisfied by that. Possibly, possibly not. Is there anything else I can butcher that's bigger? Not really. Because I'm pretty sure chicken bone is a thing. I mean, it's late spring at the minute. There's no way that's all the bolts that I have. Although, let's wait. I know it said raw green. That's why I queued up raw green glass, my dude. But it said that it needs bones twice. So I'm pretty sure it needs bones first. Interesting. We're out of sand. I'm pretty sure I have raw green glass. I think what they need is bones. There we go. Now they're collecting the bolts that they need. Where is the nearest bird? Right there. But it's over the ocean. Although that one isn't. Good time to take a nap there, Dwarf. Doubly good time to take a nap, Dwarf. They all got hit with the magical sleeping potion right at the same time. It's kind of crazy. You too? My god. I was joking, but... Okay, not you, though. Flying llama bone bolt strikes the blue jay in the wing, bruising the bone. Huh, wow. That was quick. I find that actually kind of amazing to believe. So, he shot it in the... Dwarf shot it in the wing. She shot it in the wing. It bruised the wing, and it died hitting the ground. I'm not entirely positive that that'll be butcherable, but I can try. There's one. Although, I doubt it'll land somewhere where you can even hit it. Oh, nope, they can hit it. They're shooting. Where is it? There it is. Have they hit it? Not very effectively. It's trying to fly towards them. More bolts are missing. Oh. And they're off to go get more bolts, I think. Yep. They ran out of them training bolts pretty quick. That's still up for construction, though. But did he grab the cloth already? I'm pretty sure that he hasn't grabbed them yet, but let's double check. So, in order, I have to wait for it to reset. Doop-a-doop. Bars metal, bones, check. Cloth, check. Bones, check. Raw green glass, no check. Tree, no check. Rather, the second bones, no check. Blocks, rough gems, bars of metal, bones, cloth, no second bones. Yes, there is cloth, but there's only one set of bones. He needs 2 sets of bones. That's why it's saying bones twice. Trust me, I'm a professional. Sorry for, like, having to shout that, but, like, trust me. I did see what I see. I might be named blind, but I'm pretty aware of the thing that I'm reading. Except for when I'm not. Do glass boxes fill if they're placed in a chamber full of water? If they're built and set as an aquarium, the dwarves will fill it up with water. But they will not fill if they're placed in a chamber and then filled with water. You don't need to do any fancy shenanigans. You literally just construct them, and then you set them as an aquarium. See? We're butchering an animal. That'll get us more bones. Let's see if this sorts it. Kazul is coming up here to butcher an animal. Yeah, because they go in the order that they're demanding them, right? So if they say, like, cloth, bones, then they need cloth, then they need bones, then they need cloth, then they need bones. Like, you can't go get the green glass because it's not available, or because, like, he hasn't collected the other things in the correct order yet. So if he grabs this, if I go back to the strange mood, the second the meat go up, I should have watched the other dwarf, shouldn't I? Still butchering, because this is a big-ass animal. There we go. Pause. See? Bones! Yes, Kazul, you are in fact still alive. And you've learned something, maybe, about artifacts. I really actually do need to start doing something about the sunshine, though. Oh, shit! I've made this big enough. Actually, let me just make sure that I made those out of the right material. Well, here's hoping. Grimorathian. It took me way longer than I care to admit that they make artifacts in order. In order? What? In order. That they make the demands for the items in. I have a feeling most of those are just going to rot based on the fact that none of them are being hauled at the minute. Does this even take meat? No, it doesn't. We shall permit meat. There they go. Now they're coming to get it. Also, Mayor, how pissed off is you? Still feeling empathy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen. Satisfied after learning about striking. Wants to go pray. I don't blame him. I feel like this dwarf needs to, like, retire from politics. Also, I'm going to boot you out of the military. You're now going to go conduct a meeting proper. Then you could go pray if you wanted to, because you need to pray to your god. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. They have grabbed gold bars, stray bull calf bone, hemp cloth, giant blue jay mangled bone, and raw green glass, goblin cap logs, shale blocks, and rough blue jades. Sure, I'll call you Grim. I can do that. Much easier than the full name. And they're muttering, nude Nemuther. I don't know what that means. You take whatever meaning from it you want. Okay, so down here. Who's ready for some fireworks, chat? We got to get these two built. I'm going to put a support here. And then I'm going to deconstruct this, which will leave this support holding onto the bottom of this. And then pull a lever back here. And then we have our trap. And it shall be glorious, I hope. This isn't really our Armagh camera. This is just some mild aquatic reshaping. Also, spooky ghosts might find this interesting, but fun fact, dwarves who are ghosts, if they decide to appear on a locked door, they can open the door. So they can actually open locked doors and break connections with levers if you let them. So whoever said boot, Locum, Naisha Chesterfield, Ragnarokhreb, the armorer, has created a gold high boot and offers it to the Coast Guard of the North Guild. They've ended my forts before. Spooky. Fucking sneaker freaks. I shall place it in the mayor's office. Because the mayor needs something good in his life. Anything. I don't know what your prize is, but round of applause for Jesus for guessing right. Although, I would call, like, if I was actually in, like, a game about guessing something and Jesus was participating in the contest, I would immediately call bullshit if Jesus got all the answers right, because I feel like you're probably using some sort of divine power to cheat space-time or something or another, and, like, know what's going to happen or what's going to be responded with before the number is pulled. Like, Jesus out here just cheating at bingo in the old folks' home. I'm telling you, man. Also, I read an article the other day that Jesus coming back from the dead might have been a psychedelic mushroom trip. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. I think people just made it up. But that's really funny. No one ever said prophecy was cheating. It's in the rule book. It's rule number 34. God damn it. And no, not that if it exists, there's porn for it. It's rule number 34 of the Interdimensional Godlike Beings Handbook that I wrote last week. Anyway, the mayor that hates everybody got reelected. His last name must be Ford. All right, well, that's good. That's my mayor, by the way. My mayor needs a therapist. Is it in hardback yet? No, it's on the Amazon eShop. I'm joking, it's not, but maybe this is a side hustle that I didn't know that I needed to have. Who can the mayor go to complain about stuff? A baron? Religious leaders? Higher ranked nobles? Gosh darn messy dwarfs. Just got back from dinner and wow, Jesus cheating in bingo was definitely a thing to come back to. I mean, it's been one of those days where, like, I'm just kind of building things in the fort, so, like, not a ton of super, like, white knuckle shit's happening. So I'm just kind of, like, bullshitting based on, like, general stimuli, and it's going well. We all have our moments. I mean, if you were a deity and you were stuck in the old folks' home, wouldn't you start cheating at bingo? It's like Q in the old folks' home. That one episode of Star Trek they decided not to release. At least he's eager to be reelected, so he likes something in his life. All right, so this shoe, is a gold high boot. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tapered, baguette-cut green glass gems and encircled with bands of cowbone and hemp. And radiant-cut blue jades, this object menaces with spikes of gold, giant blue jay bone, and goblin cap shields. Relieved after yelling at somebody in charge. Empathy after getting yelled at by somebody. Good stuff. Teamwork. Okay, so. Linking lever is almost done. Who's ready to, Oh, it's done. Who here in the chat room is ready to try draining a chunk of the ocean? There's only one more step to do. It's very important. And it requires a miner with a pickaxe who's not busy. Or planting seeds. I'm actually going to specify seed planting a little bit. amongst the busiest of the Dwarfs. But I guess you're gonna go plant seeds this time anyway, and there ain't nothing I can do about it just yet. Oh, I see. Somebody's on it. There you are. Save the game? Ah, sure. I'm always a little bit shocked, Nomald, when I see somebody like in voice in my Discord, because it happens so infrequently. There we go. Oh, by the way, I would like to note, chat, that we've cleared the daily minimum by $26. Appreciate you guys. Also, I don't know why my camera's like lowish frame rate on my end. Hopefully it's not for you, but all right. It's low. I wonder. Let me try something. I'm curious, because this happened a few times recently. I'm suspicious of memory leaks. Well, it wouldn't be me because, no offense, but I don't trust you, Nomald. Anonymous, thanks for chucking a civ. What am I saying? Thank you for chucking a civ. Thank you for gifting a sub. Phone doll. I don't know why it's still lagging, but it is. Oh well. Maybe it's just OBS. Like there's been. Uh-oh. Oh shit. There's actually been an update pulled for Steamworks, which is weird. I'm like moving my hands back and forth to see if the frame rate's better. It's still not much better, but cheers, Anonymous. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't seem to be Dwarf for it. Well, actually, no, now it's fixed. I think it, like, yeah, I don't know. I have a few suspicions, but I don't actually have any, like, hard evidence. What kind of stew are you making, Nomald? Chat, should we wait for Nomald to come back, or should we just drop the thing? It's not going to be that exciting. All right, folks, if you're lurking, look up. Without destroying the pump? Certainly, but the pump has to be made of materials that are safe in lava. So that dwarf runs away. Now I just need to grab this. Oh, pfft. Never mind. Sorry, I just baited everybody because there's an ad break. Devildon, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Thank you much. I'm gonna give you guys a whole... I'm so very sorry. I didn't see the countdown. How many subs is that today? I don't know. You could go count. based on the gifts. 10, 20, 30, 5, 1, 2, 3. 33 gifted subs. I'm like just slightly above minimum wage for the day. Well, actually a little bit more above that for the minute. Although if I make no money between here and the end of the stream, then I will be about at minimum wage. For where I live anyway. May you win all your bingo games? What about water in the wine, man? Do you have any idea how much wine you could make in this fort? You know, my theory about Jesus turning water into wine is that water was real gross back then and wine was real shit back then and people were dumb. Or can I delay them? I can delay them if I see the notice that they're coming, but I didn't see it because I was not looking because I was like trying to figure out why OBS was lagging. I can delay them by 5 minutes up to 3 times in a row. And I can either do scheduled ads or I can show pre-rolls. And I would rather show 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads every 30 minutes than have pre-rolls because then raids can just show up and come in and not worry about it. Atir is getting to do the honor of pulling the weather. Whether or not you like it, chat, it's going to be pulled. I think maybe if we follow this, we'll have the best experience. So there is a non-zero chance that I just flooded my fort. I don't think so, but okay. So there is now water right here and water down here. That's part 1. Okay, you guys ready for part 2? Here goes part 2. Uh-oh. Never mind. Not just yet ready to do the part 2 thing, because there's a dwarf down here who will die if part 2 happens right now. So, we've canceled part 2 for the minute, because otherwise that dwarf there will gurgle to death. So, we're gonna give this a pull over here to save us that dwarfus. I think my neighbors are arguing. Get out of there, dwarf. Although, actually, yeah, I kind of want to smooth and fortify all this before we do part 2. Wait, what? What are we on about with pre-rolls? What's going on? Did somebody talk about pre-rolls? Who brought the pre-rolls? Why don't I have one? I don't know. I don't generally go out of my way to smoke pre-rolls, but I kind of hate blunts. They make my throat hurt like hell, stoner. Okay, so now we're just gonna smooth all this and fortify all this because it'll give me more flow off. Necromancer when for Undead Aquarium? I don't know, when one migrates here? Although I would need to build an aquarium with resurrectable animals in it first, which right now I don't actually have. Person in YouTube chat. But I mean, what really is the difference between tobacco and weed when we're talking about pre-rolls versus self-rolls? It's still like more or less the same subject. It's just the substance is different. I don't smoke cigarettes because I kind of hate the taste of tobacco and I don't like the effect, and they're expensive. It's actually fucked up that in where I live, weed is actually cheaper than cigarettes. Like the pre-rolls that I buy, I can get a 10-pack for less money per pre-roll than I would spend for cigarettes with the same amount of tobacco in them. Like, it's fucking wild to me for a multitude of reasons. All right, let's get this reclosed. You know what's fucking crazy, chat? All I needed was one dwarf to, like, get a weird pin in their head to open this door, and we'd be, like, the fort would be dead. So now we're just waiting for a dwarf to come pull this. I think it's mostly unique to where I live, diabetic. Although I don't know exactly what the local weed laws are in other parts of Canada, but specifically where I live has extremely lax weed laws. Like even more lax than the city I lived in a year and a bit ago. And here we go. Water for the hole! The game isn't paused, by the way. We're just getting frames per minute. Yep. I had to go check. So the game is thinking. We're going to let it think for a while, chat. Sometimes you just got to sit down and have a good think. Will it survive? Of course. There's just a lot of math that needs to be done right now. I've never actually smoked hashish. Although, I'll be honest with you, I don't like smoking. It's like a self-harm thing for me. I like my dry herb vape. But actually smoking is like a weird novelty that every now and again I get a tick where I want to do it, and then I immediately regret it minutes later. So. Oh, the game is absolutely questioning my choices. This is also a bit of a test run. Where, like, if this don't work, then, you know, nothing's going to work. What's my favorite strain? Currently, I don't know. I mean, I really like, if we're talking about, like, current stuff, I do like mini pins, which is the pre-rolls that I prefer. Just because they have gigantic fucking filters in them. Generally whatever's on sale these days and has high THC, so I can use it in really small amounts in my vape and it lasts for 10 years. See, there it goes. The game's claiming that we're at 5 FPS. I don't believe it. Stop lying to me, Dwarf Fort. Like I said, it's thinking about it. It'll figure it out. But historically, I think the most fun I ever had with a specific strain was I bought 2 ounces of Alaskan Thunderfuck once. Years ago. You still find it sometimes. But that's possibly like the best strain-specific memory that I have. I want to say Girl Scout cookies was what we had in that vape last time I was in Montreal. Hello? I'm pretty sure it was Girl Scout cookies. That's one that I have a lot of fond memories of. I think just the ones with like the funny names that I remember having good times with when I had an amount of it, are generally the ones that I would think of as favorites. Wedding cake from YouTube chat. Become a dab god. Yeah, I mean, I have a dry herb vape that is 99.9% of my intake. Went 7 in 1 frame. Oh yeah, no, like literally 1 frame has passed since that drawbridge opened. Well, maybe 2. It's still doing math. We'll just let it think. Ghost Train Haze. Can't say I've ever had that one. I think I've seen it on menus, though. If only you get the feeling for classic weed. Here's the thing, right? If you're saying what I think you're saying, doesn't that just mean that you need to, like, work on your tolerance levels? Oh, hey, now the frame rate's correct now, chat. See? Oops, hold on. Nope, I'm going the wrong way. Now you can see it. See? It's right. I fixed it. All right, I mean, it fixed it, but... Come on, buddy. You can do it. Come on. You don't have that far to go. Like, please. Maybe a third frame will go by in the next 10 minutes. Just pet it. Give it a little stroke. Maybe it'll calm down eventually. I'm just getting thunder sounds and my life has no meaning. I need some encouragement. Give it a pat. Come on. It's like I need like the little what's that? What actually is like the thumb pet thing that people have on a lot of emotes? It's like that. It's like yeah, like that. What Spooky Ghost just posted, like just like a wiggling thumb. It's like a weird motion, like it's kind of because it's just like a looped thing. What's the longest I've stayed at 0 FPS before? I mean, I played versions of this game where you would just inevitably hit that and it would just happen eventually. This is just the game doing a lot of math. And it will catch up eventually. It won't be, the frame rate won't be good once it's done with this math. But it'll catch up. Oh yeah, no, I agree. But I mean, that's kind of why I say that I don't like smoking. Sometimes I think I want to smoke. I think like, oh hey, we're down to 0-0. So that means 4 frames have happened since that bridge opened. Yours has the chair scoot? Well, I mean, hey, both together? Perfect. Hey, chat, let's play a game of What's on My Desk. I've got a rat plushie. People used to always ask me how I played Dwarf Fortress back in the day when it was ASCII and all keyboard, and I'd be like, with a mouse! And it still lives on my desk because I don't know what else to do with it. I've got glasses in a glasses case, so I can be really cool. I mean, this is a beachside fort, so maybe I should put the sunglasses on. Let's see, what else do I have? I've got 2 coasters from different trips. I got one for 3 brewers, or Trois Messieurs. I've got one for Kiss Kiss, or whatever this translates to. I think that's what it is. Cocktail bar. I've actually got 2 of those. Got my this new little phone battery, which freaked me the fuck out, which I bought recently. It's a little Ugreen like charging bank, which my phone's currently plugged into because the lights are plugged into my USB cable. And it freaked me out because I had it plugged in because it was at like 20% or something because I'd used it to charge my phone. And it beeps when it's full. It's on your shelf too? I just keep them on my desk. I've got so many coasters, man. Although most of them are in the other room. None of the ducks are on the desk. They're actually in a pile on the floor right now. I've gotten significantly less organized. Since breaking my foot. Like, my willingness to, like, use agility to get around my green screen to get the ducks has gone down a lot. You know, I never thought that I would ask the dwarves to stop time for me, but here we are. comically large water can. I mean, I just have a bubbly. No comically large water containers, but it is my second bubbly of the day. You've heard that you can win magical rings by asking questions like that. I'm sure that's true. Dwarf Fortress Maths is attempting maths. Mm-hmm. Get a fuzzy mouse? Are you telling me to cut my plushie rat up and put it over top of the mouse? Do you have any idea how gross that would get? Like, just from, like, hand skin and shit? Ugh. Well, thank you very much for coming to my PowerPoint presentation of Dwarf Fortress. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of been a while. I think it's still running. But, like, do you remember how, like, right after it opened, I, like, tried to move the mouse to see, like, if it was actually just, like, seized up doing math? I mean, I know it's thinking. It'll probably snap out of it at some point. But you know how, like, it didn't move? The screen should move up at some point. Because I did click the middle mouse button down. It's like, that's queued up. Dwarves are attempting breaking the space-time continuum, and we have acquired quantum water. You know what's fucking nuts? Look at the mini-map. Hold on, I could probably zoom in on this. Okay, you see this? See that little white bit at the end of the water? At the end of, like, the map at the south end? There's still some white rock yet. It hasn't actually flown off the map yet. So it made it, like, 85% of the way, hit the drain itself, and just went, fuck! Panic! Wow. I'm still pretty convinced it's going to unpause at some point, so I'm just going to commit to this bit. Well, in the meantime, while else do we wait? Can I resize this? I don't know. Frame death? Nah, probably not. Probably not. Possibly. Although, I will say, if it doesn't figure itself out, there is one issue. It means I won't be able to catch fish like this. Yeah, there's been 4 frames since lever pull, yeah. It's been a while since the last one that was noticeable, though. Linux did just ask me if I wanted to force quit the program, but it is still responding according to BTOP. Steam's insisting it's not. But BTOP's insisting that it is. I will just note that behind the scenes we are testing a new platform. That isn't Discord. If you want to try it, it's called Fluxer. It's Discord. If you type an exclamation point Discord in the Twitch chat, it should be the first thing to pop up if you're interested in trying a new Discord-like platform that respects your privacy better than Discord does. That's all I got. The frame rate drops to 0. I've definitely pushed my frame rates down by doing that with minecarts. I don't think I've ever gone to 0, though. Could you name a fort PowerPoint? I don't even know. I've drained bigger oceans than this before, and it's been fine. So this is actually, like, a little bit perplexing. Because, like, I've drained bigger oceans than this and survived it. I mean, it's only been, like, 10 minutes since the last frame, Necron tier. Don't panic yet. It's only been, like, 10 seconds. Let's see how deep I can dig this grave of coping and denial. That or I just have to sit back and say, wow, I won. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Blep, 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 blep. I guess I might need to do this the easy way. Or the lazy way. Which is just simply dig down to the magma sea and just pump a bunch of lava up here and put that on the ocean before I drain it. I realize that it's really silly saying that that's the easy way, but... What items would I sell? Well, I would reject all my strongest potions to every warrior who came in. Wait, hold on. Are we saying, like, if I was a magical shopkeeper in, like, a fantasy world where I'm, like, selling potions to adventurers who are going off on adventures? Or are you saying, like, a magical shopkeeper in the modern day that just, like, appears somewhere and has a shop full of magical items in the modern world? Which one of these? Because that would change my answer pretty drastically. You're fine with either interpretation? Well, that kind of destroys my response to your question. Oh, that's good. How you like it, Skithy? I would say... If it was, like, historic, probably, like, little trinkets and things that, like, don't do anything super crazy, but, like, make things slightly more prosperous. So, like, you could purchase a, like, little puzzle box that helps you find your soulmate or your best friend. You could buy, like, a little map that would take you to a place where you would find a good well or a good source of water whenever you needed it, wherever you were. Things like that, like very small, minor trinkets of positive outcome. Because you got to save, like, the real crazy shit for the big bucks. I don't know. Torn Relic? I wouldn't know. And then if I was in the modern day, it would probably be pretty similar, except I would run, like, a retro console repair shop. And I would, like, sell certain, like, real shit old games, but, like, if you bought them, again, similar thing. Like, if you purchase one of the, like, really crappy, beat-up Atari 2600 games for $1.50, like, life gets better. That's what I would do if I was a magical shopkeeper. That or I would just make really good beer. And the spell would be that people really like it and they come back. Or it could be like a coffee shop that just, like, appears there one day, and everybody that gets a coffee there that one day like, lives an extra 30 years, but they wouldn't know. That kind of thing. I don't know. What kind of things would you sell if you were a magical shopkeeper, chat? Aside from the dankest memes. I'm starting to get worried. Weed? Right. I said aside from the dankest of memes. Also, nobody's said mushrooms yet. I think we fucked up. So almost the inverse of the devil selling you your greatest desires, but at a cost? You know, it cost $1.50 for the cartridge. Of course. Naturally. Rings of health, not heart containers. I remember once hearing one of those like head puzzler questions of like, what would you do if you acquired a like, if your blood could like cure all diseases? And it's like, I would run into the forest and hide because I don't want to be turned into a lab rat and picked apart by every large government entity forever. It's like, obviously I wouldn't be the hero. I would fucking run away. Presumably it would cure all my diseases. Rings of health just came... just come out of the hedgehog pinata, right. So, wait, hold on. Like, Ilmirid just has, like, Sonic tied up, like, hanging from the ceiling upside down by 1 foot, and you just walk back there with a baseball, just bat and just whack him periodically to get more stock for your shop? That's fucked up, man. Just, like, somehow managed to catch a Sonic in a net. I love that for you. Efficient, though. I'm not denying it. All right, do I restart the game, chat? It has been 15 minutes since the last frame. I'm sorry, frames.